Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the Planning Board meeting of September 18th, 2023 to order. Adequate notice of this meeting, as required by the Open Public Meetings Act of 1975, has been provided by the annual notice published in the Home News and Tribune on January 14th, 2023, and has been posted in the main lobby of the municipal complex on January 3rd, 2023. Please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Cassie, roll call.
Mr. Cuchero?
Here.
Mr. Bignell? Mr. Lay?
Here.
Mr. Pippola?
Here.
Mr. Corrett?
Here.
Mr. Patel?
Here.
Mr. Soltes?
Here.
Vice Chair Singh?
Here.
And Chairman Sindelsky.
Here. Okay. The minutes, I'd like to get a motion to approve the minutes of August 14th, 2023. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Second. Second.
Mr. Lay?
Yes.
Mr. Pippola?
Yes.
Mr. Corrett?
Yes.
Mr. Patel?
Yes.
Mr. Soltes? Vice Chair Singh?
Yes.
And Chairman Sindelsky.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a few resolutions to approve. The first one is P09-2023, Garden State Buildings LP Preliminary and Final Site Plan Approval. Do I have a
Make a
motion?
motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Motion and a second?
Mr. Lay?
Yes.
Mr. Pippola?
Yes.
Mr. Corrett?
Yes.
Councilman Patel?
Yes.
Mr. Soltes?
Yes.
Vice Chair Singh?
Yes.
And Chairman Sindelsky.
Yes. The second resolution is P5232, Pagoda Homes LLC, the 6-month extension of minor subdivision approval.
I'll make a motion for 6-month extension.
We have a second?
Second.
Mr. Lay?
Yes.
Mr. Pippola?
Yes.
Mr. Corrett?
Yes.
Mr. Soltes?
Yes.
Vice Chair Singh?
Yes.
And Chairman Sindelsky.
Yes. And then we have two extension requests. One is for P5236 SNA General Construction, request for a 6-month extension of a minor subdivision approval.
I'll
have a
make a
motion?
motion, 6-month extension.
We have a second.
Second.
Mr. Lay?
Yes.
Mr. Pippola?
Yes.
Mr. Corrett?
Yes.
Mr. Soltes?
Yes.
Vice Chair Singh?
Yes.
And Chairman Sindelsky.
Yes. And the second extension request is P13-2019, 979 Amboy Avenue LLC, a request for a 1-year extension of site plan approval. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion for 1-year extension.
Second.
So actually, before we take the vote, I only have 3 people eligible to vote on this one, Mr. Sindelsky, Mr. Soltes, and Mr. Pippola. Everyone else was not present the first time the vote was taken.
John, you want to make a motion?
Gotta make a motion?
Yeah.
So moved.
We need a second. Mr. Pippola?
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Pippola?
Yes.
Mr. Soltes?
Yes.
And Chairman Sindelsky.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Then we have an application P10-2023, the Americana Buddhist Temple, 1671 Woodland Avenue, has withdrawn the application without prejudice. And then before we get started, we have a few items that are going to be carried, okay? The first one is case P11-2023, Yashra J5 LLC, 39 Thomas Place, block number 692.04, lot 30.02. Applicant is proposing to construct an age-restricted apartment building on vacant land. This property falls under the Thomas Place redevelopment plan area, and it's going to be carried to November 20th, 2023, with no renotice. So please make a note of it. It's going to be carried to November 20th, 2023, no renotice.
And that meeting begins at 7 o'clock here in the main meeting room.
Correct. The next one is P14-2022, Edison Prince LLC, amendment to the stormwater utility, revised stormwater and utility plans post-approval being proposed with no impact to stormwater conveyance / routing or utility demand. It's going to be carried to October 16th, 2023, with no renotice. So if you're here on that, we are not going to hear that tonight. The next one is P17-2023, PSE&G 234 Pearson, block number 795, lot number 1.03 and 4. It's going to be carried to October 16th, 2023. No renotice. The applicant is proposing to construct a new mobile transformer with associated transformer storage area and construct a one-story maintenance building. So we have a conflict with our attorney and PSE&G, so we're going to ask the zoning board attorney, Bhavini Shah, to fill in for that, okay? And that's October 16th, no renotice. The last one is P18-2023, Federal Business Center, Sweetwater Lane and Dock Road, block number 385, lot 3.04. A minor subdivision approval is sought for the existing vacant land. That will also be carried to October 16th, 2023, with no renotice. So those are the ones that we're carrying. Before we get going on the master plan update and the public portion, I just want to make a few notes. This is going to be a half an hour tonight for public comment on the master plan. We're not closing it at this meeting. We're going to keep it open for the next meeting, but it's going to be a half an hour tonight for the public portion. We also have the Edison Smart City Committee meeting that met with the council. They're going to be coming to the next planning board meeting to speak regarding, I guess, our master plan. We still have emails that are coming in from the public, and our committee will be meeting shortly to go over those emails and to disseminate that information. So without further ado, we're going to ask if anyone from the public that would like to speak on the master plan. They're gonna be-
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
over here. Maybe what we want to do is close the window for people making comments till there's like a drop dead date on that.
Yes.
Maybe we can just announce a date, a
yeah.
couple of weeks or whatever, but
Yeah,
there should be like a
I
closing
think
date
we're
for that
probably
one.
going to vote on this sometime in November.
No, I'm saying that the comments that people are making in writing, maybe there's
okay.
like an end date to make
Yeah,
them
well,
by.
we'd like to get those comments in, probably by the middle of October, if you have any more emails, so we can have our meeting and we can discuss all the emails and any comments that people might have.
So October 15th is Sunday,
Yes.
maybe by the 16th, October
Yes,
16th
October
will
16th.
be the final.
That's it. So after that, we're not going to accept any more comments.
And that's the planning board evening in October,
Yes.
October 16th.
And that's it. So it's 7:11, 7:12. Anyone from the public that has not spoken on the master plan that would like to speak, please come forward. Yes, ma'am. Come on up.
Okay, do you swear or
Good
affirm
evening.
the testimony you're about to give this board is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
So help me God.
Please state your name and spell it and give us your address.
Diane Yarnell, and it's DIANNEYARNELL, 282 Hoover Avenue.
Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you very much for listening to our comments, and I appreciate you listening to us. I'm a longtime resident of Clara Barton for 47 years and love my neighborhood. People move into our area because of the small town vibe. It's an established neighborhood, primarily of single-family, modest homes. Our neighborhood has changed. Changes are good, but the overdevelopment in our area has really gotten out of hand. And it's negatively impacted our neighborhood, which is changing the fabric and the canvas of our area. There's an increase in traffic at all times of the day, not only during rush hour and school traffic, but also increased truck traffic with large trucks coming up and down Amboy Avenue and Jackson Avenue. Whenever there's a traffic problem on Route 1, 287, or the Turnpike, the alternative route is Amboy Avenue. There's a school, there are residents, and it has become a problem of just pulling out to make a right-hand turn on Amboy Avenue. The apartment buildings have their own, that are proposed, have their own lot. However, they are able to also park on the street, which, and their parking lots are not available to the public. They can park on the streets, which is public property, and I understand that. They also park in other residential areas. It seems parking space for these buildings are adjusted to the lot footage, not to what the code is. There's also a large impact on the school system, directly affecting the taxpayers, not only of our area, but of all of Edison. The developers, the building owners, don't live in our neighborhood. And perhaps they don't even live in Edison. Since they don't live here or deal with the result of their investment, the neighborhood does live with it every single day. It's all about profit. Continued development is creating a lot of flooding on Amboy Avenue because we even made the New York news, if you've noticed. All the storm drainage goes to Amboy Avenue, which have the storm sewers. We don't have it on the side streets. There are areas of Edison that can accommodate high-density apartments. We're not talking against development or improvement in our neighborhood. We're talking about the high-density apartments on Amboy Avenue in a 9-block area. We're used for a convenience of the township whenever there's a festival or other kind of events. And all the traffic goes on the alternative streets, mostly Hoover Avenue. You can't even cross the street. We implore your consideration to stop the overdevelopment and turning Amboy Avenue into a dense housing project. Thank you very much for your attention in this important matter. And we hope you will use your best judgment and your common sense in the further development of our area.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your comments. Also, I just want to make a note that we're limiting the comments to 5 minutes. So it's 5 minutes so we can get as many people in as possible, okay? Anyone else that has not spoken yet on the master plan that would like to come forward? First-time speakers. Okay, anyone that would, yes? Yes, sir. First time, go ahead, sir, come on up, come on up, come on up, come on up. Well, I don't want to waste time here, come on.
Do you swear or affirm
very
the
much.
testimony you're about to give this board is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Okay. Yes.
Please state and spell your name for the record and give us your address.
Okay. My name is Frank Zhang. I live 8 Sussex Court, Edison, New Jersey. And I got the notice because our neighbor will start a new house building in our backyard. So basically, like two concerns. First, just as the lady said, she will said, right? We have the same issues, The first is the privacy because we live in our house. Our backyard is all woods. Now this is like a rectangular area. There's 3 houses. One the first is the owner's house. The middle one is Charlie, my neighbor's house. My house is the last one. The plan is like start to build like 3 houses. The first concern is I worry about the drainage because when heavy rain, right, the water is going nowhere on the backyard. That's the first one. The second one, I'm concerned about privacy because before there's all woods there, so no people can access to the backyard. If you build like 2 buildings in my backyard, there's like too many people, across the backyard, right? It's not safe for us, right? We don't know these peoples, right? If the owner built, I talked to his son. If they build the house by themselves, They live there, they're fine, because we live there almost 20 years, right? We're good neighbors, right? We have good relation with them. So then that's okay. But if they build the houses only for the business, right? For earn money, this kind of like it's overdevelopment. Also I think that there's two concerns. First, the privacy, right? He said he's gonna build like the trees along the borders, but I don't know how this building gonna useful. They can access the house, right? And also they could do something else. First, we don't know the people. They're gonna do some own business. There's people access the house, right? It's not safe for us, right? So this is my main concern. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, any other first-time speakers on the master plan that would like to come forward?
You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give this board is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please
Joseph Crotty, C-R-O-T-T-Y, 301 Hoover Avenue. All I can say, one is enough with overdevelopment. I sat here through the last meeting, and I heard a lot of people made a lot of sense in what they were saying. It's very difficult with, like the woman just stated, making a right turn on Amboy Avenue. It's dangerous. Like I said, I don't know what you guys feel. I heard all the statements last time, and I got people doing the same tonight. I just think the overdevelopment is way too much, and I hope you can see in regulating what goes on. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your comment. Anyone else, first-time speakers, that would like to come forward? Come on up, sir.
You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give this board is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Can you please state and spell your name and give us your address?
Keith Ryan, Keithryan, 56 Lafayette Avenue.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Okay, there's a lot of problems. We talked about overdevelopment, and we've been over there. Me and my wife have been over on Lafayette Avenue for 33 years. And since then, it was a nice area to move in. I live in a nice little small town of Garwood, New Jersey. It has a small town feel, Clara Barton. It doesn't have that any longer. We had to deal with the expansion on Route 1. And that's even close to our homes. We got even more than ours now. We had a housing when our kids were going to James Monroe. They built all that housing over there. We didn't really have a say on that. We were told, oh, it's going to help with taxes. Well, no, and not quite. It's not going to help for taxes because the more kids they have in there, the more they have to pay for school. They pay $8,000, $10,000. Got two kids. We're already beyond that tax, and we're making up for that. The bump outs we had to deal with, that created traffic. Now we have even more traffic now. Got those bump outs there. We also had the dental office. We had that big hole in the ground on Amboy Avenue for, I think, 10, 12 years. Now we got this big building there. Traffic everywhere. You can't make a right, can't make a left. You get kids over there all the time. We try to cross over Hoover just to get over to the Greenway. There are people flying up and down the road. There's nothing but traffic. Again, when the one lady said, all that overflow comes over, people looking for shortcuts. They come our way. And then you got the thing with schools. We're going to have more area. Where's the schools going to come from? And then they also talked about the drainage. I live on Amboy Avenue. I live on Lafayette. That water comes down, Echo, all the way down on my side, this wide before it gets to the storm drain on on Amboy Avenue. So we have nothing but problems with water. You're going to add more concrete, more asphalt, and you're taking away from more non-permeable. Where's the water permeable? Also, it's all gone. We're going to have nothing but more water. So please reconsider this. It was a beautiful area. It's overbuilt now. Hopefully it could just stop the bleeding. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public that would like to speak? First time.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give this board is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state and spell your name and give us your address.
Rosemary Chase, 154 4th Street, Edison.
Can you grab that mic and kind of pull it over to you? that mic so we can, there you go. That's it. There you go. Thank you.
This is my first time doing this.
Don't worry. Just say what you need to say. That's all.
Hi. I'll talk to you. Okay. I moved here 20-some years ago because I felt it was safe, especially on the street where divots, people have to slow down. It's a really good neighborhood, and I don't know. Okay, so we had to fight for our library, and Joe Coyle, helped us a lot with that, and I thought we were moving forward good, and I was very happy with the people that I voted for because I thought that they were listening, but now I'm really upset because I feel like it's money, and it's not Metuchen. It'll never be Metuchen. And my biggest concern is that I heard, we weren't supposed to go more than 3 with the doctor's office, on First or Second Street there, but now it's 4. And if you go into the apartment, if they build an apartment where Jade was, then there's going to be no room for parking, and then they want to do a parking lot across the street. That's like our only green space. And Joe has worked really hard to have a community with us, and it's been wonderful, and I just don't want it to be taken away. My other big concern is that if the parking lot is there, I mean, I never would have thought of this, but somebody reminded me that there's Route 1, 287, Parkway, and right, all these major highways. If people are going over, the hijackers or people who steal cars are going to see that parking lot, and it's going to bring maybe some, criminals. And so I'm here to speak out, and I hope you hear my heart. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. All right, anyone else? First-time speaker on the master plan? None. Anybody want to make a rebuttal on the master plan? We have a few more minutes left. All right, seeing none. Oh, go ahead. Come on up. I think you'll be our last speaker, so just keep it. I know the last time you spoke about 15 minutes, so if you can keep it to 4 or 5 minutes, that would be good.
Sir, I'll just remind you that you remain under oath, but if you could just state your name and address again for the record.
Dr. Nasser, Pleasant Avenue. All right, so I've listened to a lot of people, and you guys have heard the same thing last time. Mr. Sandusky, you heard that, you even made the comment that anyone else from Clara Barton. So,
Right, and tonight it's been all Clara Barton, no one else from the rest of the town, right?
Okay.
So, all right, I know why that is, but go ahead.
So we have the master plan. That area has to be adjusted because there is, from the public, we are resisting that. We do not like what we see. At least for the last 7 years, from the 2016 hire and gruel, this is all in the public information on the website. We have said that we don't want anything more than 3 stories, but we continue to get 4 stories, et cetera.
I think the new planner, our planner for the master plan had mentioned that part of that would be 3 stories from going forward, so.
But there were some places that were 4 stories. I don't know if that's been
They were
stricken.
prior under the hire and gruel plan, right? So I think that's being revised.
So yeah, the Stewart property was never anything with 4 stories, maybe the Jade or whatever. So we'll see what the new plan says. I'm just hoping that says 3 stories and removes a couple other things. Let's see. So I wanted to give some other way of talking about Clara Barton. So I did some analysis. Clara Barton is about 0.5 miles with very, very short blocks. It has 15 crosswalks. Many of them are hard to see because they haven't been restriped. There are 19 unique streets and businesses and residential houses abutting each other with very little easements behind. It has 1 4-story building and 2 3-story buildings that occupy either a full block or half a block. That is unlike Metuchen, which also has a 0.5 mile stretch, which only has 2 crosswalks, 3 side streets, of which residential properties are either severed by a street so that you don't have to look behind your yard and you see from business or the business looking into residential each other. There's also other places where there might not be a street behind. There's a huge canopy there. So I don't think that we are like Metuchen. The master plan says we are not going to be like a downtown. So I'm not quite sure why we're trying to build it as massive, even more massive than Metuchen. Even Metuchen doesn't have any 4-story buildings, and they only have a couple 3 stories as well. So just very concerned about that. We also have a fire department. We also have some unique things like the coffee shop. We have the ability to have people outside. Metuchen doesn't really have that because their sidewalks are very narrow, but there are other places that they have where people can congregate, but that was also planned in there. The idea to have centralized parking is a concern because what is centralized parking? I know that people don't like to walk. When you go to any kind of a shop, like Home Depot or whatever, you'll take a cart, and right next to the car, they'll leave it behind, even though the place to return the shopping cart is maybe like one more spot over. Or if you go like to Target or something like that, people leave Starbucks stuff on the shelves because they can't go to the trash can or whatever. So my concern about that is this, that people who want to go in Clara Barton will not go to the central parking. Rather, they will go ahead and park on the residential streets, and that'll make it very difficult for us, to park there. It's already difficult as it is. I recommend that we remove the AAR overlay and the need of rehabilitation. We rescind ordinance 1931-2016 and just go ahead and let the zoning exist as it is, because right now I don't think that the people here or myself want the massive structures that are going to be built there. I don't think that Clara Barton has any blight or unsightliness that justifies redevelopment designation, and I'm hoping that you will listen to us. I'm trying to keep it short for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. How are we doing on time, Raish? Are we there? Anyone else that would like to speak on the master plan? Come on up. Oh, no. You spoke already, right? You spoke already. The what? You could speak again if you want, but you just, come on up. If you want to speak, come on up. Did you have something else you wanted to add? Come on. The attorney's just going to remind you that you're still under oath, okay?
Right. You are still under oath, but for purposes of the record, if you could just restate your name and address.
Oh, this? Oh, yeah, okay. Thank you.
No, could you restate your name and address, ma'am?
Yes.
Your name and your address.
Yes, Rosemary Chase, 154 4th Street in Edison. It's Clara Barton area. Okay. So I'm basically worried that the neighborhood may not be for the betterment of the small community. I'd like to have them consider open space and buying the Stewart's property as it has become a community gathering place. I know I said that before, but I think, the stores that are already there, because we don't really have that many places to eat either, so just keep it as a restaurant. And I know that if you bring people in for the apartments, like we have plenty of apartments, like behind, the Heritage, and, like there already is all that stuff, even though it's not visible from the main road. And another upsetting thing is that the big trucks, they keep coming down the streets and pulling down electrical wires and damaging our cars. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Okay, anyone else that would like to speak on the master plan tonight? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask for a motion to close the public portion for tonight.
I make a motion to close the public portion.
Second? Okay. We will have, at the next meeting, some time for the master plan. We have some things we have to do. Raish, you want to do a roll call on the motion? And it's going to be carried to the next meeting, the master plan.
So just for purposes of the record, the master plan hearing will be carried to the board's October 16th, 2023 meeting. That meeting is live, begins here at 7 o'clock in the main meeting room in Town Hall.
We had a second on the motion as well.
We have a second, yes.
Mr. Lay,
Yes.
Mr. Pippola,
Yes.
Mr. Corrett,
Yes.
Councilman Patel,
Yes.
Mr. Reader,
Yes.
Mr. Soltez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Singh,
Yes.
and Chairman Sandelsky.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, before we move on to other, I just wanted to make a note that we wish our colleague Mark Danielle to get well soon. He had an injury and he's out of action, and we hope he gets well soon. So we have some old business that has come up. Case number P5251, Thomas and Karen Shea, 1681 Woodland Avenue, block number 415, lot 5.22. Applicant is seeking preliminary and final major subdivision approval to subdivide the existing lot into 8 lots. Could you please come forward? Anyone from the case P5251, Thomas and Karen Shea, 1681 Woodland Avenue, block 415, lot 5.22. Please come forward.
Good evening, board members, Mr. Chairman, members of the public. My name is Michael Silbert. I'm an attorney from the law firm DeFrancesco Bateman, located in Warren Township, New Jersey. I'm representing Thomas and Karen Shea.
Michael, why don't you sit down at the table over there? You can use that, it'll probably be more comfortable for you.
Thank you.
Make sure you grab the mic so we can hear you and people at home can hear you.
So my hope is, Mr. Chairman, that this will be rather quick. I'm not going to recap the last hearing. There were really 2 open items from the last hearing. The first open item was with respect to the fire plan and the absence of the fire report. I believe a fire plan, well, I know a fire plan was,
Sir, do you have a court stenographer?
I do not have a court stenographer, and I was going to actually request a waiver from that requirement.
There's no waiver. There's no waiver on the court stenographer. You need to have a court stenographer. We need to have a record of this meeting in case there's any appeals or anything like that.
So, understood, and I had corresponded prior to this meeting and stated that I'd corresponded with Cassandra, and she said that a court reporter would be able to take a transcript from the YouTube video or the video that's posted.
Not tonight, no. She may have waived that for you for that, but tonight, for the final approval, we need a record of this. I mean, I like Cassie, but this board has to make that decision.
I understand. So Mr. Chairman, so if the ordinance states that the board has the right to grant a waiver with that respect, I'm not even necessarily requesting, I was going to request a waiver, but being the fact that the board's basically heard the entire hearing, the only thing that was open was the fire report, which has been transmitted to the board, and a stipulation from the applicant that they would comply with all the bonding requirements pursuant to the ordinance and to the MLUL. Those are the only 2 open items.
So, Mr. Silbert, just to, I think to go back to the primary issue, which the board needs to consider tonight. Mr. Chairman, I think what Mr. Silbert is saying is that he's not necessarily requesting a waiver. He's going to have a transcript. He'll have a court reporter review the video of the meeting. They will produce a transcript. It's the discretion of the board as to whether they would like the court reporter here to take it down or whether that's acceptable. But Mr. Silbert has represented that he's going to provide a transcript, one way or the other.
So how does the board feel about this? I just want to get a rough poll of the board.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
I
sir.
certainly don't have any problem with that if he wants to do that.
Mr. Soltesz?
I think we should have a court reporter here. We've never done anything like this before in all the years I've been on the board since '98. I think it should be here. I think it's just a money thing, and it needs to be here. It's just my opinion.
Anyone else that would like to talk? Mr. Say?
I'm agree with Mr. Soltesz.
Can I just weigh in for 1 second? I was told at the last hearing, after the hearing that we need to have a court reporter going forward. But because there was so little to address tonight, I specifically asked, not from the board, I understand that it be done by way of a transcriber based upon the video of the hearing. And
Mr.
I relied upon that representation by not having a stenographer present this evening.
Who gave you representation?
Like I said, it wasn't a member of the board, but I had corresponded with Cassandra, and
Well, unfortunately, the board has to make this decision, as our attorney Ron had said.
but I'm not even requesting a waiver either.
Mr. Soltis?
I just, now we've said it 2 or 3 times. You said the same thing over and over. The chairman made a decision. That's the end of it. There's no discussion. I don't understand why you keep going on. It's like when my son asks me to use the car on Friday night, and I say, no, you can't use the car Friday night. And then my son goes, can I just sit by the car and listen to the radio? I said, no, you can't use the car.
Well, but if
Like,
I
understand why
I've
you-
written
you-
correspondence.
But all you're doing is repeating yourself, and you're wasting the board's time.
Well, has a final determination been made? Because again, I'm not requesting a waiver.
Mr. Chairman, I would just, the proper procedural mechanism would probably be, there's
Motion?
a request made, so there should be a motion.
Okay, do I have a motion? Will somebody make a motion?
To have that. I'll make a motion to have a stenographer for this hearing.
We have a second.
Second.
Roll call, Raish.
Mr. Lay?
No.
Mr. Pippola?
No.
Mr. Corrett?
No.
Councilman Patel?
No.
Mr. Soltez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Singh?
Yes.
And Chairman Sandelsky?
Yes,
It's 4 noes and 3 yeses.
okay.
So that was a motion in the negative. Is there a motion to permit the applicant's proposal? I'm sorry, the motion failed, correct?
Correct.
No. So is there a motion to permit the applicant to proceed and to provide a transcript at a later date?
Do we have a motion?
Motion to proceed and provide the transcript at a later date.
Second.
Mr. Lay?
Yes.
Mr. Pippola?
Yes.
Mr. Corrett?
Wait, I didn't catch the motion this time around.
There was a
This is
motion
to allow, go ahead, Ron.
It's a motion
allow?
to permit them to proceed tonight, but they will provide a transcript.
or?
Provide. Subsequent to the meeting, they'll provide
But
it.
not tonight. They'll do it later.
Okay.
Councilman Patel?
Yes.
Mr. Soltez?
No.
Vice Chair Singh?
No.
Chairman Sandelsky?
No.
That's, yes, 4 yeses.
Okay.
Same vote. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. So there were 2 outstanding issues from the last hearing. The first one being the absence of a fire report. A fire report has been issued to the board, taking no issue to the application as proposed. I have a fire report dated September 18th, 2023, and I was going to provide to the board as a supplemental exhibit just a printout of the plan that the fire chief relied upon in rendering his fire report, if I may.
Sure.
Thank you.
Has this been submitted to the board already, or is this new for tonight?
So the original fire plan submitted 10 days in advance of the hearing showed the turning radius for a fire apparatus with a length of 45 feet. And the fire chief requested that it be amended to show that it can accommodate a fire apparatus for a length of 47
Right,
feet.
so that was the fire chief's September 13th letter that requested that?
Correct.
And
So
then we have a letter, I guess, dated today?
Correct.
Saying that he's satisfied?
correct.
But the plan that he reviewed, which his September 18th letter was based upon, that was not provided to the board?
It wasn't, the plan was not provided to the board. I have it by way of supplemental exhibit this evening.
All right. What
and
exhibit number are we up to?
We are on A4.
And we'll mark this as A4. What's the date of the plan?
September 13th, 2023.
So it's not the plan we have in our packet dated August 24th, 2023, right?
Correct. This is a,
So this is the first time we've seen this, correct?
this will be the first time the board's seen it, and the township's fire chief has seen it, has corresponded with the applicant's engineer. And again, the original plan that the board did see, the fire truck utilized was off by 2 feet. So
Yeah, it was the wrong truck.
it absolutely was, and
Yeah.
that's why we revised it and had the
I guess my question would be to the board's professionals. Is this anything that the board's professionals believe that you need to review to make sure that it hasn't altered or changed any of the conclusions or recommendations that you reached in your prior reports?
Through the chair, I just got the plan. I know it gets delivered to my office, but it's in my folder. I haven't looked at it yet. So to ask me to do that at a meeting is, I think, is unreasonable. So I'm not prepared to give you an answer.
Mr. Carley?
To Mr. Bignell's point, we are in receipt of a September 18th, 2023 report. I believe today is September 18th, 2023 report from your fire official. And back once upon a time in April, we'd asked for this, our comment 2.2, for review for commentary. We have it today. Your fire chief does find it acceptable. And so, as ever, I defer to your emergency management professionals. But you do have a letter that is probably 2 business hours old. And so it's a board decision.
Mr. Chairman, I have no problem with that either. So.
Okay. So our professionals say they're okay with it, Ron? Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have anything else, sir, that you'd like to present to the board?
Yes, the only other item from last hearing was with respect to the bonding requirements. I had the opportunity to correspond with Mr. Cucchiaro, and I'd like to stipulate the applicant will comply with all the requirements set forth in the Municipal Land Use Law, Section 53, as well as Section 55, as Mr. Carley had referenced at the last hearing, as well as the township's ordinance requirements with respect to bonding.
Mr. Bignell, just to refresh our memory, I think you had mentioned that all these improvements have to be done like before any of the C of Os are given. Is that what we said? Or is that a requirement of the town?
I believe that the map, before it gets filed, all the bonding has to be in place to guarantee the improvements to the community.
To make sure that the town doesn't get
Because
stuck.
if you don't, once you subdivide the property, the applicant doesn't have to sell it to just one person. He can sell it to 6 different people or 7 different people or 7 different lots here. And that just guarantees that the community gets the improvements done. So that when a person gets one lot or buys one property, then shows up and says, well, I want a dirt road up to my lot in the back until the improvements are put in, that's not going to fly.
Right.
And that was our concern from day one. And that's why we asked that it be filed, according to the land use law, you have to post the guarantees and the bonding and all that good stuff that goes with it.
To make sure that the town doesn't get stuck for this, right? Like we did on that out of bounds thing, right?
Well, there's a couple in town. I mean, if somebody goes bankrupt, whatever the deal is, we have to be guaranteed the improvements if we're filing a map.
Right.
So.
Okay.
I think that's what they've agreed to. Yeah.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, it goes a little further
Yes.
than that. The guarantees have to be filed before the filing of the map, but before certificates of occupancy are issued, the construction official or the engineer in charge of certifying such things has to determine that there is safe access to the respective homes And typically, that has to do with having the curb in place, the sidewalk in place, and the base course of the road in place. And so all of that has to be certified in advance of a certificate of occupancy. And that's spelled out in Chapter 14-2.5 of your ordinance. And so there's a protocol that the township has in place.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So does that conclude your presentation?
It does, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So any other questions from the board?
Yes. In the last meeting, I think so there was a question regarding existing garage on the side came up, and I think that you guys need to find out from the building department if it was building by permit or properly.
We, at the last hearing, we provided planning testimony and support setback variance for the existing garage. I had represented that I believed it was a pre-existing non-conforming use, however, I couldn't prove it. And to be safe, we had requested setback relief with respect to the existing garage.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Question. At the last meeting, we also had a conversation about the sidewalks on, was it Woodland? To be continued to both ends of the property that was being developed, not just at the end of the road, and that's still,
Yeah, I think we agreed we would comply with that.
right.
Any other questions from the board? Dennis?
Wasn't there, I'm trying to recall, wasn't there a problem on the depth of one of the lots or something? What was it?
There for proposed Lot B,
You
There
needed
was
a variance,
a
right?
variance requested for lot depth. That was, so we had, going into the hearing, we had requested one variance. I believe Mr. Dougherty had provided the C2 criteria in support of that variance for the lot depth for proposed Lot B. And over the course of the hearing, we had determined that we would also provide the proofs required for the existing garage as well. So there are two variances in connection with this application.
Again, to refresh my memory, on that Lot B, where is the deficiency at?
Give me one moment, if you will.
I don't want to square it off. Mr. Soltesz, you have a question?
Big Del, on this, I'm just looking on this. I always thought the zoning up there was 1 acre. And these are like 92, or is the bulk schedule say 40,000 square feet?
It's 40,000 square feet. Yes, that's my understanding.
It's less than that.
So it's less than an acre,
So
then, right?
the nonconformity with proposed Lot B exists on the
Excuse
west.
me? I asked Mr. Bignell.
Oh, I'm very sorry.
Is there a chart? Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I don't have my report in my file for this application. Maybe I could look at that.
You have it, Cass?
If I have it in front of me, can I tell you?
Well, Cassandra will get it from.
Okay.
on.
Thanks, Cassie.
Thank you, dear. Yeah, just show it as it complies. So, Mr. Soltesz, what was your question again? Because my report shows that they comply with the zoning.
I just wanted you to check the bulk schedule and make sure that it's not 1 acre, that it is 40,000 square feet.
It's 40,000 square feet, yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr.
Right, Lot B. So your Lot B, go ahead, Mr. Soltis.
Yeah, Ron, I don't know if in the resolution, like I'm looking at this Lot B, and I see the building envelope, kind of like a triangle with the top cut off on it. Can we put in the resolution that they can't come back and ask for relief to shorten the setbacks or whatever for that to build a bigger house? Or can we make it that they have to conform into that building line?
Well, before we mandate it, is that something the applicant would agree to?
That the applicant would not come back to the board?
Well, that the future home that would be constructed there would fit within the building envelope that's permitted?
Yeah, I think that's the idea that the applicant would agree to. The applicant's intent is to ensure that all of the homes within the subdivision comply with the setback requirements, with the exception of Lot D.
So the answer to that is yes, and what I can also put in the resolution is that the board finds that any future request, that this is a self-created hardship, that they've chosen the particular shape and contours of the lot, so it's not something they can come back in the future and claim hardship for.
So it has to stay within that envelope.
They're saying that it will stay within the envelope, so.
Wait. I'm saying that we're not going to create any additional departures from the ordinance.
Well, that's what we're saying.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions from the
Can I
board?
get an answer to my question? Can I get an answer to my question?
Do you mind repeating your question? I'm sorry.
There was there was a variance requested for that lot. I think it was
Yes.
depth or something. What was that?
Yes. So what's required is 190 feet, and the applicant proposes 160 feet.
And where is that? On what side of that is it?
On the western side of proposed lot
The
B.
western side. That's the side, that's where accumulates the water, the runoff.
That's next to the detention basin?
Yes.
I believe so.
If it's on the western side, it is.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board before we go out to the public? Seeing none, let's go out to the public. Anyone from the public that would like to comment on this application, please come forward. Seeing none, I have a motion to close the public portion.
I'll make a motion, close the public portion.
Second. Second by your second, right? Okay. Okay. So any other questions from the board before we vote? So do we have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve this application. Would like to make a motion to grant the preliminary and final approval, including the variances for the lot depth on the western side of Lot B can be reduced from the required size. And also, as we talked about, the bonding that must be completed before. And approve the setback relief of the existing garage that exists there on the plan. After that, I would also follow the following conditions is, one of the conditions is the adherence and acceptance of all recommendations and comments made by our consultants and outlined in Mr. Bignell's and Mr. Carley's memo. And adding the proviso that no further changes can be made to these approval without returning to this board to seek the approval of such charges. Then I would also like to add, I think John has a standard to work through our consultants. I think that should be added also.
Just
Go ahead, John.
To add on to the motion, I'd like to see Delaware Mountain Engineering, Charlie Carley, or his designee, review all plans and submittals, perform more bond calculations, perform all inspections related to this project or application. Also, in keeping with this, Delaware Mountain Engineering, Charlie Carley, or his designee, will sign off on all plans, submittals, bonding, and final approvals. Bignell Associates, Henry Bignell, or his designee, will inspect and sign off on all landscaping and lighting relating to the project and application. Also, any changes, as Mr. Pippola has said, in this approved plan, no matter how de minimis, the applicant must return to the board for approval for any changes. Thank you.
We have a second.
Mr. Chairman,
We have a second. Let's do a second first.
we'll do the second, then we can have comment, I guess. We can do another
We have a
comment.
second on the motion, on Dennis's motion. We have a second. Anybody want to give me a second?
Oh, second.
Okay.
I'm
Yes.
a little
Hank.
confused now. What has the board decided about tree replacement? If my report was specific on alternatives, so you have to decide how you want to approach that. My concern is if we're not going to pay into the tree fund, the trees that are associated with the construction of the road itself, all the frontage trees, they should be included right up front, and that no building permit be issued. And I want it to be specific so we're not confused down the road. No building permit be issued until all the tree fund, tree replacement, all that stuff has been calculated and paid for or planned or proposed on each survey once you create the subdivision lot. So I want that to be specific in the resolution so there's no confusion down the road.
Is everyone in agreement with adding that? Dennis?
Yes, it
Motion?
certainly seems to me that's
Okay.
should be
We'll
approval.
add Hank's
accept-
comments to that motion.
Yeah, that's good.
And second?
Second.
Thank
All
you, Mr.
right.
Chairman.
Roll call. Cass?
Mr. Lay,
Yes to approve.
Mr. Pippola,
Yes, to approve.
Mr. Corrett,
Yes to approve.
Councilman Patel,
Yes to approve.
Mr. Soltez,
Yeah, just with a comment, I'd vote to approve, but I think with all the discussion that went on tonight, and it wasn't just about the fire trucks, I think the board just did a disservice to themselves by allowing this to go forward without a court reporter.
Vice Chair Singh,
Yes, I'm agree with Saltage. Yeah.
so it's yes on the motion? Thank you. And Chairman Sandelsky?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank
Motion
you.
approved.
Okay. The next
What's that?
application, new business, case P 22-2022, Just Nation LLC, 271 Meadow Road, block number 366.01, lot number 13.17. Applicant is seeking to construct a 12,800 square foot structure to assist in site operations.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I know there's multiple attorneys in this matter, so I think just as a matter of housekeeping, if all attorneys could just, we would begin by all attorneys entering their appearances and identifying their clients.
Good evening, Stephen Tripp from the firm of Wilentz, Goldman & Spitzer on behalf of the applicant.
Good evening, Donald F. Burke Jr., Law Office of Donald F. Burke, on behalf of the neighbor 301, one of the neighbors, 301 Meadow Road LLC.
Okay.
Yes, Burke, B-U-R-K-E.
And Mr. Chairman, also, just for purposes of the record, Mr. Burke, do you have any objections to the board exercising jurisdiction tonight?
No. In light of our discussion at the last meeting, I think I'll reserve any objection the application, to the application proceeding, and we'll
Well,
sort of-
jurisdiction isn't really something you reserve. Either the board can act or it can't. So, I mean, when I'm speaking about jurisdiction, do you have an objection to notice?
we don't have a notice objection, no.
Oh, it's an old one.
And do you feel that there are any additional lots or anything that should have been part of the application that are not?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Burke. Okay, Mr. Tripp.
Mr. Tripp?
Yes. Good evening. We're here tonight on property that is address is 271 Meadow Road, but it's actually at the end of Midvale Road, which at one point had been a private right-of-way, but is now a public right-of-way. So it's located at the end of Midvale Road. There's 50 feet of frontage, which constitutes the lot frontage. That's the dead end of Midvale. It's in the LI zone. It's surrounded by industrial uses. The use is a pallet yard, which is essentially storage, distribution, repair, recycling of used pallets. We are seeking site plan approval to upgrade and improve the site. It's, and you'll hear testimony from the engineer, it's largely composed of compacted gravel, which will be paved and curbed in a significant portion. The engineer also, you'll hear testimony, the current condition is impervious, and there's actually going to be a reduction in impervious coverage overall based on the improvements that we're making. We're going to utilize, there's an existing modular office building. It's going to be moved slightly, placed on a foundation, and a septic system that will be added. There will be a new connection to the Edison water system. We're going to create delineating loading dock spaces so that it will be clearly delineated in terms of where the tractor trailers will come in and deposit the pallets and remove the pallets. There will also be a proposed 12,800 square foot open air structure that will provide cover for the employees who work on the pallets. Currently, there's no coverage on the site, and this would provide coverage from the elements. Basically, there's a couple of issues I just want to address at the beginning. I know that Mr. Burke has made an appearance. Mr. Burke had advised me several months ago that his client believed there was an easement on our property, a strip about 25 feet along the eastern property line between his property and our property. When we submitted the site plan, originally we included that area within our site plan. We were proposing improvements. We were proposing to remove a fence that delineates that area. We've reviewed the title issues, and at this point, we're not in a position to say one way or the other. We're looking at it. It's a complicated series of title, but it's not for the board or for us to argue tonight whether or not there's an easement. So to simplify things, we submitted a revised plan a few weeks ago, in advance of the hearing, within the time period permitted by the MLUL, which took that area out of the site plan. We're just leaving it intact the way it is now. The fence will remain. There'll be no changes to that area. So if at some point there's a determination or an agreement that there's an easement in that area, it won't affect an approved site plan. So we believe we've eliminated that issue before this board because the plan does not touch that particular area at this point. In terms of the environmental position that the applicant, the objector wrote a letter before the last meeting, there are areas of concern that are outstanding with DEP. We got the notice in July. It was the first that my client had heard that there were unremediated issues pertaining to a time period that predates his acquisition. None of the areas of concern have anything to do with our client's use of the property. They all predate it. Apparently, from what we found, and I do have an environmental consultant tonight to address the issues to the extent that the board wants to hear it, that we, there were predecessors who were obligated to remediate. They remediated up to a point, but didn't complete the remediation. We've looked into it, and we believe that we will be able to complete the remediation as part of the improvements that we're doing. And basically what we would ask is that, any approval would be conditioned on DEP, ultimate DEP sign-off.
Mr. Chairman, just a comment on that. So the board doesn't have any jurisdiction to determine responsible parties, or anything like that. There's statutes and there's case law. It's not something that's conferred upon this board by the municipal land use law. However, what this board does have jurisdiction over are the proposed improvements and the site plan. And Mr. Tripp, I would say that when you're providing the testimony, the board may be interested in understanding whether any of these areas of concern implicate where certain improvements are going to be located, and stormwater and things like that. And there is some case law that supports that. There's the Field case, there's the Morris County case that talks about outside agency approvals impacting, decisions that are within the board's jurisdiction. So I think that's really the focus that this board has, is whether those AOCs impact, the location of improvements or the manner in which the site's going to operate.
I agree, and we did show, and there'll be testimony, we did show on the site plan where those areas of concern are in relation to
What drawing number are they on?
It's on the site plan.
Okay.
They're identified as 1 through 12. Those are the remaining areas of concern. There were originally more. Those apparently a number of them have been completed. So there's a handful of them left, and our consultant will basically indicate how they would be addressed as part of the approval, as part of the development and the improvements that we're proposing.
Mr. Cucchiaro, if I could just
Can you just get closer to the microphone, Mr. Burke?
Well, grab that one on the podium.
I can just.
Yes.
If I could just clarify my prior comment about notice, we do believe this application is one that requires variance relief for lot width and frontage, and we're prepared to provide testimony on that. The application itself states that no variance relief is required. So to the extent that that's a notice deficiency, I don't want to be perceived as waiving that objection.
Okay. Mr. Tripp, you'll provide testimony to support your position that no variance relief is required?
Well, we've been through multiple TRCs and multiple reviews. There's an
Can you pull that
existing-
mic up?
Yeah,
All
there's
I
an
really
ex-
need to know is,
Yes.
are you going to have a professional that's going to confirm or make the argument that variance relief is not required?
My engineer is going to address the fact that we're in compliance. If they have testimony that they don't agree with that, that's something I would reserve the right to rebut. We don't have a planner this evening because we were not under any, quite frankly, we went through TRC. There's no existing violations that have been noted by your planner. If Mr. Burke had felt that there were variances that were required that should have been noticed.
Well, fair warning, the applicant has the burden of providing a notice. An
Of course.
objector does not have a burden.
Oh, I agree with that.
So just fair warning moving forward, if your notice says that there's no variance relief required, and it turns out that there is variance relief required, then we are going to have a jurisdictional problem. But the board, I don't think doesn't have any information at this moment in time to find that your notice is deficient.
Well, our notice, and I,
Well, Mr. Burke, will, obviously, you will have an opportunity to make that argument, and if you are successful before the board, there may be an issue.
My notice did indicate that such other relief as may be required, including any variances for existing non-conforming conditions, including lot width.
Well, when you look at Judge Bucksbaum's decision on notice and the catch-all language in notices, he came to the conclusion that if you should have known that variance relief was required when the application was filed, then you should put it in. And the catch-all language in most instances has to do with when there are revisions to plans that happen during the course of the hearing. And when there's an explicit statement in the notice that says no variance relief, I don't think the catch-all can overcome that if there was an error.
There is no explicit statement in the notice that there's no variance relief.
Mr. Burke, you stated that there was?
There's the notice, I don't have the notice in front of me right now, but it references the application, and the application states that no variance relief is being requested. And specifically with regard to lot width, it acknowledges that the application is non-conforming, but it states, incorrectly in our opinion, that there's no change to that condition, and therefore it's pre-existing non-conforming and no variance relief is required. So I think that the application clearly states that they're not requesting variance relief and none is required.
If I may, when applications are filed, the applicants take certain positions during review and during TRC. If variances come up or issues come up, that's why you have notices. And the notice is what controls. So the notice indicates what we were seeking. It doesn't take the position that there are no variances. It, in fact, has a catch-all, but a catch-all that actually references existing non-conforming conditions, including lot width. So, again, we'll address the lot width, but as to anything else, I don't believe there's any other non-conforming conditions. I also don't believe we're changing any non-conforming conditions related to dimensions because the lot is not being changed.
Mr. Chairman, I think that this will play itself out during the testimony and the cross-examination, but I just want to place it on the record that, the applicant proceeds at its own risk.
Thank you. Thank you, Ron. And so, Mr. Tripp, I have some engineering questions and stuff, but we'll wait till you get your engineer up here.
Certainly.
Yeah, it says one existing.
It's too small to do what he wants.
150, but if you look.
Okay, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give this board is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Tyler Vandervalk, VANDERVALK. Here on behalf of Hauser Engineering, business address of 1141 Greenwood Lake Turnpike in Ringwood, New Jersey.
Hey, Mr. Tripp, can you please qualify the witness?
Sure. Can you give us a little bit of your professional background and your qualifications?
Yes, bachelor's.
Please speak into that mic, okay?
Bachelor's degree in civil engineering from New Jersey Institute of Technology. Thank you. Licensed professional engineer in the state of New Jersey. My license is current and in good standing. I have testified on numerous occasions as a civil engineer before Board of Adjustments, planning boards, county boards, and so forth. I have never been refused as.
We'll accept your credentials.
Thank you.
Okay, you have the board.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's on the opposite side of the room, but I can make my way over there. That's fine.
You want to mark that, Ron?
We'll mark this as A1.
Okay, and these plans on the board are the same as the plans that were submitted to the board. No changes. These are last revised August 21, 2023.
Could you do me a favor?
Absolutely.
Could you pull that easel back a little further?
Okay.
And kind of point it so everybody, there you go. That's good. That's good.
Okay. All right, so Mr. Tripp gave us some introduction on the layout in the area. Again, we have an address of the property of 271 Meadow Road. In fact, we have a Midvale Road public right-of-way which stems off of Meadow Road to the west, and our property starts right at the dead end of that Midvale Road, as can be seen on the tax map. Sheet number 2 of the plan set is essentially a site preparation plan. Gives us an idea of existing conditions. The property, again, on the east side, we have the dead end of Midvale Road, 50 feet in width.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Dennis.
I'm sorry, you made a statement about the date of that drawing that what is that date?
Yes. August 21, 2023.
I think the board, the drawings that I have is
October 3rd,
October 3rd.
2022, we got.
Why is that?
Oh, no, that's certainly the date of the plans. If you look at the revision blocks above the title block, you'll see listed revisions there.
Okay.
The one I got is April 14th, 2023.
No, it's got in the title block on the right side of the drawing, above the title block.
It's over here.
Yeah, but.
The fine print, sorry.
Yeah, it's April 14th.
Oh, wait, look at.
What drawing you want? You know what?
Dimensioning.
Oh, 4 or 7.
Look on 4 on 7.
Maybe I got it.
One. Here's 4 of 7.
Oh, no, yours don't have revision date.
Okay, it's only mine then.
No, I think Dennis got the defective set of drawings. Dennis got the defective set of drawings. Ours are marked okay here.
I'm
so-
sorry, we'll share this.
All
I'll
right.
share with.
Okay. Go
Okay.
ahead, continue.
All right, thank you. Okay, to review some of the existing conditions, again, public right-of-way Midvale Road, ends proper terminates directly at our property. There are access easements which continue across the southern side of the property towards additional industrial lots that lie further to the west.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
So you're showing curb work and everything inside that easement area? Is that
On the site
correct?
improvement plan, yes, we will get there, yep,
All right, you're gonna get to that.
correct.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. There is a trailer that is in the southeast corner of the property, which has been used as the business office for the operation. Then we move further to the west. We have a loading dock area where they have all the trailers parked, come and go from that area. There were additional storage containers on the center of the lot in which the applicant was beginning to construct sort of an overhang for his workers, and that's sort of the starting point for this application and why we're here tonight. And then the rest of the lot, we have a portion that's a gravel pad, largely in the center and towards the west, and then we have a lot of compacted gravel and millings around the rest of the site. We also have an existing cell tower that's operated by another entity that's not part of the applicant and will not be impacted by the application tonight. As far as improvements on the property,
Well, why don't we just address the existing conditions, the lot? Does the lot comply with the zoning?
so in the existing condition, if we move over to sheet 4, we can see the bulk table and the zoning analysis. Yes, so from a lot geometry, we had some discussion already regarding an existing nonconformity on lot width. Lot width is measured along the front setback line. If we take a 50-foot setback from that 50-foot wide dead end, that length all the way to the sidelines ends up being 117.2 feet, where the required lot width is 150 feet. That is an existing condition with the property today and has been
Ron,
since.
excuse me, I have to ask my attorney a question. Ron, so they have an existing nonconformance on here now, right? Is that a variance that they need?
Well, I would call it an existing non-compliant condition. Non-conforming is a very specific definition in the municipal land use law. So my question is, how did this get created, this non-compliant condition?
Right, this was a subdivision from a much larger lot many years ago, which is,
Well, when was that subdivision? Was there a variance granted as part of that subdivision?
I'd have to dig in the file for the paperwork on that, just look at a date.
I don't know that there was, but Midvale Road was actually not a public right-of-way until more recently. Once Midvale Road became a public right-of-way, it created the 50-foot of frontage. Before that, the access was essentially via an easement. And as you can see, when you look at the property, the front of the property, there's a continued easement that runs to the properties towards the west. And that, during TRC, we were asked to improve that to municipal standards because it's actually functioning as an access for the properties to the west. But Midvale Road ended, you can see there's a little notch, it ended just shy of that, that property line. So that's what created the condition when Midvale Road became a public right-of-way.
Well, your engineer was talking about a prior subdivision, though.
Well, there was a subdivision at some point, but
Well, I'd like to see that.
This subdivision map
Yeah.
here shows Midvale Road terminating at
Yeah.
that point.
and that was a recorded.
This is dated 1983.
And that's a recorded subdivision. That's a subdivision map.
Minor land subdivision.
Is there a resolution that went with that? That you were able?
Not that I have.
Was there any title work that was done?
We did some title work, and it doesn't have any reference one way or the other to any.
Well, the document that you're looking at right now, is that something that was submitted to the board?
No. But I think the point is you have Midvale Road that ends, so it's a public right-of-way.
Well, you're all talking to me about things that I have nothing here
Yeah,
to
well-
to look at.
Do you want me to hand that to him? Or?
And what was the use of the property in 1983 when that was created?
I see here masonry. Oh, specifically our property or
The subject
the entire
property.
site of the subdivision?
This particular lot.
At some point, there was some type of petroleum use, and
Yes.
there was a tank farm.
Correct.
That's long since been abandoned.
Correct. The subdivision map shows fuel storage tanks on the subject property and some small accessory shed type buildings.
I think whatever you're looking at, I think you have copies of that.
We do.
I'd be happy to give you mine. There is a bulk table zoning schedule on the page, which indicates the subject property having a 50-foot lot width.
Is that your only copy?
I have digital of this.
Okay.
We can submit it.
I just wanted to make sure I wasn't taking. Okay. Yeah, if you could make. Well, first of all, let's just mark this first. We'll mark this as A2. And this is proposed subdivision, block 366A. And do you see a date on this? December 24th, September 24th, 1983. All right, so we're going to make some copies of this. Mr. Burke will give you a copy. We'll give the board members a copy. And we'll keep the issue open as to whether that requires a variance when I can take a closer look at this.
Well, he wrote on his plan here, non-conformance.
Well, when you look.
You called it something else.
Well, when you look at non-conforming.
Non-compliance, you're saying?
When you look at non-conforming in the municipal land use law, there's a very specific definition. It means it's a condition that was permitted when it was created, and then it was prohibited by virtue of the fact that there was a subsequent ordinance.
Right.
So that's the very specific definition. So if you don't fit that definition, then you're non-compliant, but
Right,
you know,
right.
non-conforming. If you have to satisfy those criteria.
Right, okay, thank you.
Right, so by that definition, I believe non-compliance would be more appropriate in this case. And you'll be able to see the plan once it's provided. But on that subdivision map, it shows a bulk table, which indicates the 50-foot frontage, even in that case. Okay, as far as lot area, 80,000 square feet required. We're well over that at 127,138 square feet. So just that lot width number was the existing non-compliance. And we also had a non-compliant setback to that office trailer in the current condition today, but that will be remedied as part of the application. Mr. Tripp, do you believe we can move forward now to site improvements, or were there additional existing?
No, certainly.
Okay, thank you. So as discussed, there was this structure in the center of the property that is somewhat under construction. Those containers and the steel framing and everything, that's to be removed as part of this application and to provide this warehouse structure. Again, open air on 3 sides of that structure. And we do have renderings of that were submitted with the application. If you don't have them, I have 11 by 17s of those images that you can look at. But essentially, we have a solid wall along the south face of that building, and then we have very large openings on the east and the west, and fully open on the north side. And this is to provide cover to the employees of the yard, doing the recycling of the pallets, et cetera. You can see we're expanding the concrete pads surrounding that building for storage areas. We have a plan later in the set which details how those pallets will be stored on the property. We are indicating a painted stripe on that pavement, on that concrete pad, that he will need to maintain that area free from any storage or equipment so that the fire truck does have access to get around that building. As I mentioned, we are relocating the office trailer, shifting it slightly, actually rotating it slightly to the west in order to meet the required side yard setback of 40 feet on the easterly side. We'll also be putting that on a permanent foundation, so it will no longer be a trailer, but it will actually be a proper building. We're providing an ADA parking spot right adjacent to that office space, and then additional parking will be provided on the stem of the driveway, which goes from the access easement towards the main warehouse building, and additional parking further to the west off of that access easement. As the chairman mentioned earlier, we are proposing to curb and pave that front access easement. Today it just consists of millings. By curbing it, there are some portions to the south that are already curbed, but we'll be finishing out that curbing all the way to the west to have a nice clean access to the additional properties further to the west.
So north of that, you got something called a proposed pressure dose septic disposal area. It says see septic design for details. What sheet is that on? And
That
what
is a
that?
separate set of drawings.
Well, we don't have that,
That
right?
was submitted to the health department.
Okay, so, all right, so it just says C, design for detail, septic design for detail. But what is that?
Right, so this property does not have access to a sanitary sewer main. So we do have a bathroom in the office building, and we are going to be draining that to a septic system. This is a system that you see in much more rural areas, not typically in Edison. But because we don't have access to the sanitary sewer, we have to get rid of our sanitary waste in some way. The state has guidelines for that, which was reviewed by your health department. And that's what that is. Essentially, we have the effluent leaves the building from your toilets and sinks and whatnot, gets settled into solid tanks, and then in this case is pumped into a disposal area, which is essentially a big bed of pipe, perforated pipe and stone, and it gets put into the ground.
It's a field.
Yep, and gets filtered into the ground.
So are you going to be running a pipe from that office building over to that area?
Correct, yes.
but you don't show it on the plan, right?
It is shown on a different sheet. We're not quite to the utilities yet.
Oh, you're going to pump it over there?
Correct.
And that was submitted to the health department, correct?
Yes, so
You've been in touch with the health department, correct?
we have been in touch with the health department. Interestingly, the person who approved it has retired, and then the health department was doing renovations or moving to a different building or something and seemed to have lost a bunch of files. So they're working on figuring out where that permit is. But yes, it was reviewed. We were given over the phone a verbal that it was approved. But unfortunately, some of that paperwork's missing. It definitely has to be sorted before, obviously, this gets any further.
You got 2 easements out of Midvale Road. What are they for? And how do you put all your site work out into the easement area with getting an approval for that?
So they are both access easements. They are overlapping because there are multiple lots further to the west. So my understanding is that they have their distinct access easements. And essentially the way we're paving the road and curbing it, we're meeting up with their current roadway width on their property. So we're maintaining that width of access for them. The septic system is not within the easement. We just have curbing like you typically would in a public road where the public right-of-way goes slightly wider.
Did you get permission to build within the easement?
Well, again, we're simply paving the road and curbing it.
Yeah, we don't believe that we needed permission because what we've done is actually we're improving it. When we went to TRC, one of the first comments was, if they're using it for access, we'd like you to improve it to municipal standards. So we're improving it to municipal standards, and as Mr. Vandervalk mentioned, the width of it that we're providing is the width of the road on the adjacent property. So we're not interfering with their ability to get to their property. Within the easement area, they're able to get whatever they need into there, and it ties in. It actually ties right into the property, the width on their property.
Correct, to the
So
west,
that's
yes.
why we-
I mean, in my past experience, anytime you go into an easement area, whether it's a utility easement area or anything, that you got to get written approval to do that. But
I think what happens is as long as you're within, if you're not violating the easement, you don't need to do anything. We believe that by providing the easement area and actually improving it, we're within it. Plus, the easement holder has gotten notice of every hearing and certainly would have the ability
to object, is what you're saying?
or to contact us and ask us if it's being affected. And in fact, one easement holder, the easement holder for the cell tower, there's a cell tower lease,
Right.
actually wrote a letter and said, I just want to confirm that our access will be unimpeded. He said that he didn't think what we're doing affected his access, but he wanted to make sure that during construction, they wouldn't have issues accessing the cell tower. And I assured him to coordinate with him, and I got a contact for him. So they surfaced. And the other parties we have not heard from. And I don't think there's an issue because the easement is not only unimpeded, but it's actually being improved. We're improving the pavement.
Mr. Tripp, I understand what you're saying, but you're building in the easement. And then at the
Well,
end
there's
of the
already,
easement,
actually-
there's only 21 feet. So are you going to change the easement lines to reflect that it's only
No,
20 feet?
the easement area remains, but the right is the right of access within that easement.
The curb is within.
And there's already,
Well, why can't you make the whole easement 21 feet?
Oh, the easement, how big?
21. 'cause that's
But
what
the easement exists.
Yeah, the easement exists.
We don't have a right to change the width of the easement.
What we are doing is we're providing,
Here's 30.
It's 50.
we're providing width within the easement area.
Here's 30.
But I don't understand how you can curb it, park cars there and stuff, but it's an easement.
Well, I think you can as long as you're not obstructing access. Because the access is not being obstructed.
And you're paving that too? You're paving?
Oh, it's being paved and it's being improved to township standards.
How do two cars or two trucks pass on 21 feet?
Well, trucks,
Something?
A truck's not more than 10 feet wide.
And their road on their property is the same width that we're providing.
Right. The only reason I went to 21 feet is because that's how wide their driveway is when we get to their property. Especially if you look at the right lane, which is the one that would be widened. If I held it 30 feet there, then their truck would dead into nothing. We need to have a transition from the wider width to the narrower width on their property. If I just went from 30 feet and jumped down to 20 feet on their lot, someone's missing their driveway when they're pulling in. We need to have that narrowing happen naturally.
We'll have to look at that again, but it is wider than that.
So that's what we're just matching up with their width in that case. And as far as the curbing and everything, this is being done at the township's request. It's not that we're trying to get away with doing these extra improvements in the easement.
We were asked to do that during the process.
Here, he's got here proposed 25 linear feet transition curb.
If you'd like to have no curb, I think my client would be happy to hear that.
Yes, Hank.
Since it keeps coming up that the township wants it, if you've ever been out there, you could lose a car or a truck in the potholes and everything else that were out there. So that's the reason why. This is, 24 feet is usually the common aisle width for two-way traffic, not 20 feet, not 30 feet, 24 feet. So I don't know how wide the thing is, but I've been out there where a truck almost hit me when I was trying to take a couple of pictures. So it's a very unsafe situation, and that's the reason why the town asked that it be improved to municipal standards, because they're bringing heavy tractor trailers in and out of there all day long. So
It's showing 21 feet going up to their property line, so.
yeah, well, it goes from 27 to 21. I don't understand why it can't be 24 feet.
Tyler, can it be increased to 20?
I mean, my point, again, if I increase it to 24 feet and on their property is 21 feet and a car is hugging the curb line, what happens when it turns to 21 feet?
Mr. Chairman?
Someone's jumping the curb.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Hank.
That application's pending before the board too, because it's a mess down there. So they'll be before the board sooner than later.
Okay.
They're pending as well. So 24 feet should be a minimum, and we'll fix it. Right now, it's a free-for-all, so he's talking about what happens when a car runs into the 24 to 21 feet. Well, right now, you get run over, so this is definitely an improvement.
Right. Right.
Tyler, can you widen that to 24 feet?
Yeah, we can certainly do
By
that.
pulling back, it looks like it's just in that one area. If you pull back the
got a
parking
curb here.
spaces a
got
little
Correct.
further and the curbing a little further, you
He's
should
putting
be
this
able to,
transition
because I'm
in here to
looking to
make
see
it
where it says
narrower.
27. The parking spaces look like they're 27 feet.
Maybe to be safe here, we say
Well, but still.
to provide a transition to their 21 unless in the event their site plan increases it to 24, in which case we will change our curbing to match their 24.
Well, why don't we just make it 24? Because
Yeah.
Because we're going to send people off the road. It's not a safe
Well,
condition.
Well,
But again, if
Tell
the
you what,
board
we
wants
could-
24,
We can carry this and go back out there and take another look if you like, Mr.
we'll
Chairman.
go 24.
That's what I think we should do.
Yeah.
The other thing too is we're backing into the right of way here too. This is not just it's an easement, but it's a road. They use it as a road. The traffic is nonstop. The trailers are nonstop.
30-foot wide easement.
It's a very dangerous situation right now, and it's a mess. It's unimproved.
Right.
The reason why we're before this board is because we're abusing these properties down there, and the township is trying to clean them up. So to argue over a few feet of pavement when we're trying to make it to a municipal standard, 21 feet is not a municipal standard.
Right.
50-foot, that's the other.
Okay.
I mean, I have no problem with stipulating that we'll improve it to 24 feet. And to address your concern, the fact that it will end at our property line, I think what Mr. Bignell is saying is that as part of the other application, they're going to require widening anyway. So
Sure.
we'll tie in, and if it doesn't tie in, it doesn't tie in.
Okay.
I mean, I don't have an objection to widening. It looks like, from when I look at the plan,
see
the
it.
parking spaces are beyond 24 feet, correct?
Correct. They're at 27.
So
They're at the
only
27
issue
width.
really is this curb area, and then where you narrow it down at the end, right?
Correct.
So you can
You
easily
see
address
this
that.
on your map?
Yes, we can.
So why don't we
That's
just
there,
agree to that,
Cell tower.
and let's move on.
Okay.
All right, I have a question. Ron, I have a question.
Yes.
So how do you feel about constructing in an easement area? Can they do that?
Well,
And put improvements in there?
the board is not here to adjudicate easement rights. So merely because it's an easement area doesn't mean they can't do something in it. We have to understand what is permitted and what is, what is everyone's rights in the easement area. So, Mr. Tripp,
My understanding, and again, we can produce the easements from title.
Can you just get closer to the mic, Mr. Tripp?
Yeah, we can certainly produce easements, but the bottom line is, it's a non-exclusive access easement, and as long as we're providing, particularly if we're providing 24 feet, if we're providing a width and pavement that meets municipal standards, no one could really argue that we're not providing them adequate access. And if it's to the extent that it's an access easement, I'd be comfortable within that and not expecting anybody to claim a violation.
The benefit of the access easement is that that's not Mr. Burke's client, that's the.
Correct. No, that's not. It's the property to the west, 366.
What I can tell you,
Property immediately to the west.
this is the letter that was received?
No. The letter that was
Okay.
received is the letter that deals with the cell tower easement.
Okay, so this is a different easement.
Correct.
Well, there's case law that talks about certainly the board can't force the relocation of an easement. That's certainly the case law. There's the Goodfellows case that talks about not denying an application because of failure to have obtained an easement immediately. In that case, it was a drainage easement that the applicant needed, and the court said that should be a condition of approval. I think I'd be more comfortable if I saw the easement to make sure that the board wasn't necessarily impacting anybody's property rights. But, again, the board is not really here to adjudicate easement rights amongst the parties. And, the applicant would be subject to that party filing whatever action is necessary in the Chancery Division, if necessary.
Yeah, I can't, I'm, as attorney for the applicant, I'm comfortable if we're providing a 24-foot right-of-way that's paved to municipal standards. And the purpose of the easement is to provide access. And they have actually, right now, a smaller driveway.
So there's nothing.
I'm comfortable that we're not interfering with their rights.
There's nothing in that easement area, you're just expanding the pavement? Is that what you're saying?
And curbing the driveway.
Well, there's curbing, and there is some parking within the area, but that's going to be outside of the 24 feet.
But what your argument is there is an area now that provides access pursuant to the
Correct.
easement, and that area will expand as a result of this
right now,
project.
well, I think as Mr. Bignell indicated, right now, it's not clearly defined, it's got potholes, and
It's better than it was, but.
the whole point was to define it and to
Well,
improve
just
it to
coming back to
municipal
what I'm
standards.
saying, with regard to the chairman's question and the easement, you're saying that the area of access is actually growing in size, expanding in size.
The physical access, yes.
Yeah,
I-
the actual physical access, correct.
Mr. Chairman, I think, with the purpose of the easement being access, and that there's no structures that are going in there, it's just that access area will be expanded in size. It appears that, I don't think the board would have any reason to.
There's no structure, just curb and footings and stuff like that.
And they're expanding the actual area of the, and it's not just curbing, there's more area for a vehicle to traverse, right?
Is that correct, Tyler?
Yes, correct. So again, entering their property, it's only at 21 feet. and we're providing, again, we're agreeing to provide no less than 24.
Yeah. So I think that should be fine. But Mr. Tripp, I would say if there's an approval, as a condition of approval, it would be submission of the easement so that this can be confirmed.
Sure.
Mr. Reader, you had a question?
Yeah, I just want to clarify. Currently, the easement, as it stands, is 30-foot wide?
There are two easements, and they overlap. There's a 30-foot wide and then 50-foot wide. But they're both access easements, but they're to different lots. There's multiple lots beyond us if you look at the tax map.
Right. Okay, so the 30-foot easement is what we're referring to. And in that 30-foot easement, you're going to put a 24-foot wide roadway.
For both easements,
For
yes.
both?
Within both.
Okay. And just, you mentioned parking. Is there currently any parking within that easement area?
Well, it's not defined currently. There's just people park wherever they want.
Okay.
But yes, we are proposing defined striped parking.
Yeah, as we went through this, the way it's been currently utilized is there was nothing delineated. It's gravel, it's compacted gravel, and there's parking within that area. What we tried to work with TRC and with your staff was to come up with a plan that delineated the parking, delineated the loading areas, paved and curbed, so that the whole site is now organized.
So you
And
only
we'll
need.
get to it in a few minutes, but the pallet storage areas are all going to be delineated. There's going to be aisles between them. So the whole site will become organized, and you'll be able to have an approved plan with conditions that can be enforced so that the site has to be maintained in a certain way. And part of it is this access.
So you only need 4 parking spaces. You're only going to have like 4 people working on the site?
Well,
at
no,
any one
there's a total of 10. And
Total of nine spaces.
nine spaces. And there'll be testimony.
4 here. One's a handicap though, right?
Yeah, and
So you got 4, 4, and 1, the handicap.
and there'll be testimony from Mr. Crespo. He has a number of employees. They all are driven from a common point by van to the site. So there's no employees or have their own vehicles. And there'll be testimony on that.
So where do they park for the cell tower? Are they going to park in your spot, or are they going to just pull up there, or
The
is
cell
it wide
tower-
open?
I mean, the cell tower usage, I assume it's usually one vehicle or one van that comes in and probably parks in the vicinity of the easement area.
Right. So there's an access, a pretty wide access between the loading and the pallet storage, which goes all the way to the cell tower. And they'd be able to drive right up there and park adjacent to the cell tower.
So your notice, Mr. Tripp, said something that there may be a variance for parking. What's prompted that statement?
Well, the only issue, I put that in, the only reason I put that in the notice was in case an issue came up regarding provision of parking. The ordinance for now, we were going based on considering the structure, the overall site usage to be essentially storage, distribution, and there's, repair and recycling. So we were going off of the 1 per 3,000 square feet. I just put that in case an issue came up regarding parking so that we would be able to, we wouldn't have an issue. That's all.
So
I believe we're providing adequate parking per the ordinance, and the testimony will be that there's adequate parking per the actual use. That
So-
there's seldom that many spaces even utilized.
I see the cell tower easement, right? So you're putting curb and radius and stuff inside there. How about their easement? Can you construct inside their easement also, or?
They have a non-exclusive access easement. They have an exclusive easement in the cell tower area, the fenced-in area. That's exclusive. We can't go in there. That's an exclusive easement. There was a lease, and then there were easements. There's 2 easements. One is access, which is non-exclusive, and I've communicated with their attorney, and he doesn't have an issue with it because they'll have access based on, they looked at the plan, they communicated and even indicated that they don't feel there's an issue with their access. They were just concerned about construction. So there's no issue with that easement.
And in these loading zones, Is that where you're going to have like trucks pulling in there and to load pallets and stuff? Or
That's correct.
Right. So tractor trailers would back up to that loading dock and be able to load and unload.
And those loading docks are outside of that 50-foot easement area, correct?
Correct. Yep.
So they're going to have to, I guess, so you're going to be bringing pallets across their, that's the loading zone, right? You're going to be bringing pallets across there to get into the trucks, right?
That's correct. That's not an exclusive easement. It's an easement on a drive that's within our property that we can utilize. So our trucks will be coming in and utilizing our docks. Their trucks will be coming in as well.
Okay, continue.
Wait, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Just to follow up on the parking thing. You're categorizing this site as storage, and
Well,
that's
we
why the parking is...
Yeah, we categorized it as a warehouse structure. It's really not I wouldn't call it a manufacturing, building. It's not a factory. There are workers now on site, and this is just going to be putting essentially a roof over their heads so that they're protected from the elements.
Right, but I think, when we characterize something as that sort of, area, then we're saying there's not more people coming, that's why you don't need the spaces.
Correct.
But if we're testifying that there are people working there, and the only reason we don't need parking for them is because they're coming, by carpool or get a ride.
Well, yeah, the reason why it's not 100% clear what standard would apply. So I put I put it in the notice, but the fact of the matter is, and you'll hear testimony, the site's been operating. There's roughly, I think, 12 or 13 employees who were bused to the site. That's how it works. They don't drive. We have room if we had to put more parking in, but it's not necessary. And the owner will testify, the owner of the business will testify that at any given time, he needs a handful of parking spaces. He
All right,
seldom ever gets a visitor, and the employees are driven to the site.
I would just say that if the board is going to decide on a proposal and say, this is the amount of parking that's necessary, we can't rely on the fact that the employees that are being testified as showing up there every day are coming, being bussed in. If there's required parking for them one day when they're not being bussed in, then we should make sure we have that parking.
Yeah, we don't need it. It's not the nature of the business. And you'll hear further testimony on that. The basis, it's 1 per 3,000 square feet is the number we're using for the overall site. We also
That's if you're going that it's storage.
It's essentially storage. And
Yeah,
then
but we're saying that there's people working there,
yeah, but
that
there's
amount of people.
Well, people work in the storage area as well.
Yeah, not that amount. That's what I'm saying. If you can categorize it as storage, the reason why the parking for that area is less is because there's not as many people coming to work.
Well, if we need to add parking, we can address that.
The other piece of this is that the building is open air, right? So it's not an industrial building in the typical sense. It's not going to have running water or sewer in that structure. It's only in the office that the bathroom will be. So in essence, it's a large canopy. So does that have a parking requirement associated with it in the ordinance where it's really based on gross floor area? So it becomes a gray area, which is why we categorized it this way. We wanted to give it a parking requirement, and so that's why we did it with warehouse.
Part of the issue is then, and I've had this before in one other town where I did a pallet yard. It's an unusual, it's a permitted use in the zone, there's no question, but it's not a use you see that often. And it has its own unique characteristics. And the last time I handled this in front of another board, we had a lot of the similar questions. The fact is there's not a lot of parking requirements need. And we will work with the board. I know, Mr. Vandervalk, there's clearly room to add a few more spaces if need be. We just don't think it's necessary. We could
Correct.
certainly provide parking for the employees. We could even I think you can show a future parking area if need be, correct?
That's true. We could bank parking in some of the pallet storage area. This way, if there was a future use that came in, they could make use of that as parking rather than pallet storage.
Yeah, we could certainly agree to that if that's a concern of the board. But I would hold off until we hear the testimony of the applicant himself.
I have a question. The facility, the open-air facility, now, from what I see on the prints and everything, you're bringing in pallets that are, some are damaged, and then they're refurbished, and then they're stored, and then they're shipped back out again.
Correct.
So in the open area there, they would have people who would be doing the refurbishing of the pallets.
Correct.
How many would you have? How many would be there?
How many employees?
How many employees would be there refurbishing pallets? And that's the way you determine your parking.
I think the applicant probably needs.
The applicant's going to testify to that, but it's approximately between 10 and 12.
How many?
Between 10 and 12.
See, now you have 9 spaces, 9 parking
But, yeah,
spaces.
and as the applicant indicated, as he will testify, they're all brought to the site. Nobody drives to the site. So he doesn't need those spaces. But as the engineer just indicated, if the board, for a level of comfort, we would have no problem with designating a pallet storage area for some additional parking. We could delineate that as bank parking, and if it's needed, we could provide it. It's just not necessary based on the operation.
So do we have architectural drawings on what this structure is going to look like?
We submitted a rendering, and that was another issue with TRC. We submitted renderings. We would submit full architectural plans as a condition of approval. And that was in Mr. Bignell's report. We agree with that.
So it's got, one side is open?
Well, if
Three
you look at
sides.
At both. There's several openings.
Here.
Yeah, these were submitted. I have extras. Do you need extra copies?
I got it here.
Okay.
Is that your drawing?
Yes. So there's two drawings. View from southeast corner of the property and view from northwest corner of the property.
The other one? You just have one? I just have the southeast. You got a northeast too?
There's a southeast and a northeast.
Need my notes.
I have additional copies.
Yeah, I did too. I brought it.
Oh, okay. Oh, these are collated. Okay, good.
What?
They're collated. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're stapled together. They are
Okay.
collated. So,
All right.
like you've got 2 there. Does everybody needs one?
Yeah, I got 2 here.
All right, so we'll mark this as A3.
I got more.
Yeah, these were submitted.
So these were submitted?
They were
Okay.
submitted, but you can mark them.
I didn't know you were giving yours away.
You got 2 there.
Got 2 sides of
Mr. Tripp, can you explain to me why you don't put the office inside as part of this building and put bathrooms in there and enclose this thing to make it like a structure? Is there a reason why you can't do that?
Again, we're getting, the owner of the business will explain, but the issue is when you're dealing with these materials, and he'll explain it, it creates a fair amount of sawdust, and you don't want it enclosed. Once you enclose the facility, it becomes a whole different issue in terms of filtration. So it's left open air for deliberate reason. That's why.
And then you're going to have like snow and rain and everything blowing into the building on 3 sides, right?
Right now, there's nothing there, and the pallets are being worked on outside, which is typical of a pallet yard. This is something that will be an improvement.
Okay, you can continue.
Okay. As part of the improvements, we're going to be scaling back some of the impervious coverage from the property line. There's an existing fence that largely matches the property line. We are making some modifications to it on the north end, where it is going over the property to bring it right on the property line. Again, there was sorry to block the board. There was an existing fence line, or there is an existing fence line, I should say, on the easterly side, where on a prior version of the plan, as we discussed earlier, we were showing extending into that area, which is paved parking or storage on the neighbor's lot. Due to the question of whether there's an easement or not, we've decided to maintain the existing fence line and not move the improvements onto that area currently used by the neighbor. But as far as we are providing a landscape buffer to go along that fence. So we're coming back with the storage 10 feet off the fence. So we're not going to store these pallets directly up against that fence. We're going to give it some buffer, and we're going to do some landscaping. This is sheet 5 of the plan set, and this is simply detailing how we intend to store the pallets. You can see the grid where we have essentially rows of pallets, and then we have gaps in between for safety access, as well as the access for the fire truck around the building. We will maintain a 15-foot storage height on those pallets. We won't go beyond that, as recommended by your planner. And we did use the 47-foot, in fact, this was actually 47.75-foot fire truck as recommended by the fire official for that turning analysis. We are providing a water connection. There is a water main that runs through the access driveway. We're going to be connecting to that with the office trailer to provide water. We talked about providing the septic system for the sanitary. We see the tanks out to the east of that office building. One just a simple settling tank, and the second being a pump tank. Pressure line out to the disposal field on the west side. We did soil testing and everything for permeability for the treatment of the effluent, and that area of the site will work out well. And then finally, we see just the landscaping on the last sheet, meeting the planting requirements. It was noted in the planner's report that the sizes we specified aren't quite up to standard for the ordinance, so we're going to go ahead and agree to increase the planting height and the caliper on those trees. We're also agreeing to change them. What I'm showing here is the green giant arborvitae. We're going to actually change those to blue spruce based on the planner's recommendation.
Now, in terms of stormwater, one of the comments, and we'll get to it in the engineer's report, is to demonstrate that we're not a major development. And I want you to briefly address that.
Sure. So the site, if you visit it, you've seen we have millings, we have gravel, we have broken pavement and whatnot, very compacted. It's been spread and respread over the years. There's been storage of vehicles historically and equipment and other things. The applicant did resurface some of this as a concrete pad, and we're proposing to expand that. But essentially, it is acting as impervious today, and that's something that the DEP even has in their FAQs specifically, is can gravel or similar surfaces such as millings count as impervious? And basically the answer is, if it is acting as impervious in the sense that it's not taking surface water and putting it back on the ground, then indeed we can define that as impervious. And that's what I believe we have here. If you visited the site a day or two after it's rained, it's still got the water sitting on the low points of that gravel surface, and that's because it's not getting into the ground because it's been compacted over so many years.
And did you also look at the definition in the Edison ordinance?
Yeah, I saw the Edison.
2.4 that talks about impervious surface and includes gravel within the definition.
Right. So if we look at the zoning ordinance and the definition there, it actually specifically calls out gravel and crushed stone as impervious. So as we look at the bulk standard for impervious, that we would certainly include it there as well. So there are two basically prongs to the definition for major development for stormwater purposes. We have, does it disturb more than an acre? And are you increasing impervious by more than a quarter acre? So we talked about the impervious. Based on our analysis, we're actually reducing impervious by about 8,000 square feet on this site. But then looking at the disturbance portion, you know, we looked at this and see it really as a resurfacing. We have a hard surface already there, compacted, acting as impervious, and we're simply overlaying that with the concrete pad in the situation of the rear of the site, and overlaying it with pavement when we're considering the front of the site. So as an overlay or as a resurfacing, we're not counting that as disturbance because we're not ripping up the existing impervious material in order to construct something new. We're simply overlaying it. And so for those two prongs of the major development, and we looked at that analysis, and it is our opinion that it's not a major development. From the stormwater perspective, the site, if you look at the grading, the contours, I believe that's on sheet 6. You can see, other than because of the overlay with the concrete, we're becoming with some more uniform contours in the storage yard. But otherwise, we're really not proposing changes in grading on the site. Any excavation, export, import, et cetera. This is simply trying to improve what's out there today from an elevation standpoint. Drainage, you can see generally is going to move from west to east. And that pattern will largely continue except as we look at the landscape berm that's be provided on the existing fence line to the east. That berm will keep drainage from continuing to run towards the neighbor's property, instead divert it down to the drainage in Midvale Road, where it's eventually going in the current condition, but it's taking that path across the neighbor's property. Today, we're going to, in the proposed condition, we're going to detour it to the same destination, but avoiding the neighbor.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Peppola.
Mr. Carley, do you agree with that analysis about the impervious surface that he was suggesting?
Yeah, as Mr. Van der Valk testified, the administrative code at 7:8 does characterize gravels and compacted gravels as impervious. So I would agree with that. I just wanted them to provide that in testimony. In terms of the overlay of those areas, if it's a straight overlay and it's not a reshaping of those areas, I would agree with you. Would you testify that you're not reshaping those gravel areas for the sake of paving them?
Reshaping in a footprint?
In terms of just, a scraping, say 3 or 4 inches.
Right. We're not regrading the areas, correct.
Okay. And so I would agree with this testimony.
I'd have one other question. I don't see him referenced anymore, but you have about 4 to 6 storage trailers. Are we out of that storage business? Because I think that's a non-conforming issue.
Correct.
As the, Mr. Crespo will testify, the applicant, we agreed to remove all of the trailers with this approval. There's 2 trailers that remain, and there'll be testimony. The only reason they're there is because they have all the electrical service in them. Once we're approved, assuming we're approved, and we have an approved site plan, those would be removed and the electricity would be altered. But for now, until we have a site plan approval, we really can't do anything with those 2. Everyone else has been removed, and those will be removed as a condition of approval.
Mr. Chairman?
That was something that was discussed.
Yes.
Just as long as the board understands that the trailers are not permitted and they shouldn't be there to begin with. So,
Well,
that's an issue.
they don't even have a C of O out there, right?
Well, they have no approval to do anything out there, so
Yeah,
that's
so-
the issue.
Right. So you got a wide open building out there. Where do you store any of the tools on site there with a wide open building? What do you do?
I'm going to leave that testimony to the applicant as far as daily operations, but again, they're doing that now without even this structure. So I imagine there's a plan in place.
It looked to me when I was out there and I watched them operate, okay? I mean, this is an incredible improvement. Each worker there has got a 4-foot by 6-foot area with a piece of metal over their head to protect from rain or something like that. And they're all working their tail off under that thing.
Yeah, the intent
Basically
is to get
open
them under cover, correct.
It's terrible, terrible. And I didn't see, and correct me if I'm wrong, I didn't see any machinery as such. It looked to me like it's 90% hand tools, hammers and things, and
Right.
pulling nails out of old pellets and saving the wood.
Yeah, outside of forklifts, it's hand
incredible.
tools.
It
Yep.
looks to me like there's got to be a lot of room for productivity improvements there.
Well, again, Mr. Crespo, the owner of the business, will testify, but it's essentially hand tools and there's forklifts, obviously, to move things around. But the idea was to create this open air structure. And again, as I said, I've been through this before in one other application. This is, and Mr. Crespo will testify, this is standard for this type of use.
I just have a question about the about the landscaping there. I see you got that buffer area all around. It's nice. You're going to sprinkler that area, correct?
That wasn't proposed at this time. If it's something the town wants, then
It's got to be. I mean, if we approve this, it's got to be. Otherwise, this stuff's going to just die. You know, you're going to have a bunch of dead trees out there and shrubs. It's got to be. It's got to be sprinklered.
Yeah, we can do that because we're going to be tying into the water system, so, yeah.
Okay.
That's something that can be done.
Otherwise, you know, whatever you spend on it, you're just
Yeah.
replacing this stuff.
I was just waiting on confirmation from the applicant,
Okay.
but yes.
All right, you can continue. You have other testimony?
Okay, yeah, I guess the only other thing, and I don't know this board's preference, as far as the professionals report, do we want to hear from them directly and then hear a response, or should I?
Well, let me take you through a couple
Sure.
of other things.
Go ahead.
In terms of lighting, we're not proposing any changes to site lighting. Can you explain that?
That's correct. Thanks for reminding me on that one. So we are asking for a waiver on lighting, and really the reason is because the operation for the site is being done during the daytime where we have light. The operator's going to testify regarding their closing times even in the winter. They keep that early, so they're not working under lights. I do have a plan here, sheet number 3, which we went around the site in different areas and we took readings of the existing lighting that's out there. The one thing I'd note is you'd see in the whole pallet storage area, we're getting a lot of what I'm indicating as NR, meaning no reading. The reason for that is because the pallets were at 15 feet, so there's no reading where I'm standing on the ground because I'm in the shadow of the pallets. So we couldn't really get a reading out there, but all in the front where you could see the access and everything, there's appropriate lighting for vehicles that might be driving on the other to get to the other properties where they might be operating after hours. The reality is the owner, has some security lighting out there, which is indicated on this plan, and he finds that sufficient for his use. So rather than increase light pollution and whatnot in the area, he'd rather just leave it the way that it is and not bring up the whole site into a higher lighting standard, since he's not going to be there in those hours anyway.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Hank.
The applicant did not ask for a waiver at TRC, and we didn't grant him one. So he was certified complete without asking for that waiver. If you look at his lighting plan, it's more than what the ordinance would require in terms of the foot candle. So I don't think he really needs one because he does have a lighting plan, so he has submitted it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I think your estimate of how high those stacks are is a little off. It looked to me like those were at least 20 feet high, those stacks, some of those stacks.
When I say 15 feet, I was referring to what the proposal is, what we're going to be held to. I apologize.
I think it's about twice
If
that
they're higher in the
now.
current
It's incredible.
condition.
Yes, dangerous.
My understanding is they've been reduced to 15 feet, but the owner will testify to that. In terms of the reports,
Oh, yeah, Mr. Chairman, with the reports, is there anything you can agree to, or what do you want to go through them one at a time, Steve?
I can pick them off fairly quickly. I think we tried to address as many as we can. In terms of status of approvals, there was a submission to Middlesex County, but we're waiting to resubmit until we get through the board so that whatever we give back to Middlesex reflects whatever this board requires. Use and operations, B, the owner will be testifying to that, so he hasn't testified yet. That's item B.
We haven't talked about tractor trails. Would the engineer talk about that?
Based on your information from Mr. Crespo, who will testify, are you aware of the tractor trailer usage on site?
As far as the amount we're referring to? Yeah, so again, we provided that loading off of the main driveway towards the south. And get to the right sheet. The owner owns some trailers himself. I believe that number is 4. He owns 4 trailers where he has his own employees either picking up pallets or delivering pallets places. And then there's also an additional between 5 to 10 trucks that come a day to drop off either the damaged pallets or to take out the repaired pallets.
And there's enough room for that? Because do you show how many
So we
loading
show
spaces?
seven loading spots.
So you have-
So that's a total of anywhere from 9 to 14 trucks per day. So we're talking spread over the whole day. We're talking about an 8-hour period where we're having 9 to 14 trucks come. So when it's just simply unloading or loading, that can happen relatively quickly with the forklift, and they can get in and out of there. So we don't need a spot for every delivery.
And how long do the trailers stay there, and how many will stay overnight?
So again, he owns 4 trailers, so those would stay overnight. The others, which are just other companies that are either buying the pallets or bringing pallets to be recycled to him, those do not stay overnight.
And I think this should
you're
all be-
testifying.
I think we can give you more detail when the owner testifies.
Well, I just want to get it locked up. We're testifying that the trailers will fit into the spaces and they won't be parked along the right of way at night when there's nobody around.
That's correct.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Absolutely. In terms of C, with emergency services accessing the site and the fire plan, I believe we submitted a fire plan, and we have a letter from the Chief Toth that he didn't have an issue with the plan. All he wanted to do was know there was a hydrant, and we have shown a hydrant on the plan. And additionally, I believe that you confirmed there's something on the plan that shows how the emergency vehicles can access
Yes.
through the site, correct?
Yes, we went over that.
And how
Yep.
did you identify that on the plan?
That is shown on its own sheet. Actually, the sheet where we're showing the pallet storage, we're also showing the vehicle tracking analysis going around the building.
Where's the hydrant? Where's that located?
There's a hydrant located just off the south, almost center of the property, but on the south.
Okay, so
property
is
line.
there a reason why we don't have a fire hydrant on the opposite side of the road, so we're not blocking access through there? I mean, I see you got one on the other side of the road, an existing one.
Right.
But with all these pallets there, if this thing ever goes up, I mean, you're going to have to take the hose across the road, then you're going to be blocking access to the road with the hose? I think you should have another fire hydrant somewhere closer to, you got a water main going right down the center of your parking area there. Put one in a central spot where you can get it over to that building.
And it
where you
wouldn't be
gotta-
obstructed by the trailers that are parked there either if there's a fire going on, so you want to have direct access.
Right, I'm
That's what our
thinking
report says
over
what it
by like
says.
the office building or something
I
like
just
that.
discussed it with my client. We can add another hydrant.
Good. We're up to D.
15-foot pallet stacks would be a condition of approval. The only trailer proposed would be the office trailer, this is E, with a permanent foundation. That's correct. Once this is approved and we're able to reorganize the utilities, the 2 remaining trailers will be removed.
So it's not a trailer anymore, it's going to be a modular building basically on a foundation.
This is going to be a modular building
Okay.
on a foundation, and the 2 remaining container trailer type structures will be removed as a condition of the approval. As I said earlier, those will be removed once we can reorganize the electricity. Architectural, we've shown the renderings. The full architecturals would be a condition of approval.
Now, this is going to be a building built like a building. It's not going to be stacks of pallets that are the corners of the building like it is now with sheet metal as the roof. We're going to have a real building, a real structure
This is, Mr. Vanderbilt?
Yeah, this is steel frame structure. Yep.
with footings and the whole 9 yards.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yep.
I think you still have an issue with closing the building. I think the board has been indicating all night that they want a 4-walled building, but you have to provide the testimony on that.
Yeah, we'll have testimony.
All right.
We will address that.
Material stockpiles other than pallets on site? Will there be any of that?
The owner's gonna, no, we're gonna, to the extent that there was any items that were there, I believe they've been removed, and if they haven't been, they would be removed.
Because there was a lot of stuff in the back of that property that had nothing to do with your operation.
Yeah, that's.
When I
stuff-
first walked this site
yeah,
3
that-
years ago.
Yeah, that probably most likely predated this owner's acquisition of the property, but that's been removed. And to the extent that anything is left, it will be removed That would be a stipulation. The next is the owner should be present to answer questions. As I said, I'll have Mr. Crespo clarify some of these things as the next witness. Pipeline buffer, we provided the additional letters. We had all letters from all four pipeline companies were submitted. You want the roadway drive reconstructed as per ordinance standards. We agreed to meet ordinance standards for paving, correct?
Yes.
Let's see. Next is trailers parked at the raised wall in front shall be removed. Redesign loading area not in the front yard. What we've proposed is not in the front yard.
Well, that loading area is a mess, so are we going to dig that out, replace that? What's that going to look like when we're done?
Tyler?
Yeah, where the trucks are pulling up to the loading dock, that's going to be paved.
But the wall itself, when you back up to it to get to a level to unload.
The raised concrete
Yes.
platform,
Yes.
that we're not proposing any changes to the platform. That essentially is acting as the loading dock and will continue to do so.
Well, I think it needs repair. I don't think you just leave it the way it is. They got to do some type of repair, concrete repair or whatever. It's in very poor condition.
Okay, as needed, sure.
Mr. Chairman, that should be a condition of approval.
Thank you, Hank.
How about the baled recycling materials? Are we eliminating that? Because we were talking about pallets and it got to be recycling and that really got to rise out of the zoning department.
That's been eliminated. There's no more recycling.
And it's not coming back.
Nope.
Okay.
And it will be a condition of approval. That's
I could probably explain the tree replacement. The arborvitae that they were providing were under the size to count for a 1-per-1. I suggested a blue spruce or a very similar kind of spruce. They'll live longer. I also suggested that that at least 15 or so of those that number to count towards the tree replacement be removed as evergreen and replaced as deciduous trees. I would suggest to the applicant put in some larger trees and get some credits so you don't have to plant as many species. It'll be a little nicer at time of planting as well. My concern is really not the back of the property. My concern was the front, how it looks, and so we can kind of spruce up the front a little bit. That would be great. I know it's all tractor trailer and pallets, but if we can do some lancing in the front, that would be a plus. And then my last comment, Mr. Chairman, other than bringing the property into compliance with the township's property maintenance code, this board's going to have to decide how you want to handle this approval. If you grant him approval, does he continue to operate? And then if he does, how long does he have to do the site work? From a personal point of view, I've been chasing this wrap around for like 3 years now. I know we had a pandemic, but there'd have to be some time frame if he's going to be allowed to continue to operate, because theoretically you shouldn't get to operate until after your site plan is approved and built. So you're going to have to determine that as a board, whether you want to continue or just shut him down for the 6 to 8 months that he has to take to rebuild the place and, repave everything and do all the things he's supposed to do. If not, the other thing is to allow him to continue, but give him a time frame. And all this stuff has to be completed by such and such a date, no questions asked, or he shuts the operation down. Because right now he's in violation of the zoning ordinance. He's been in violation for several years, and it's taken a long time to get to this point.
That's item N, right, in your report?
That's N, and the O is property maintenance. Yes, sir.
Right. Mr. Tripp,
Yeah,
any
basically-
comments?
Yeah, the only comment I would have is that we've been working with them, with Mr. Bignell and with TRC and Mr. Carley and Mr. Soltez on TRC for some time to try to iron all this out. It's going to be a significant expenditure, and I think that what we would request is that the operation be allowed to continue while the site plan is being done, so that the applicant can continue to operate his business.
Well, I think the concern, though, is if we just say while the site plan is being
We would
completed,
agree to a reasonable time frame.
well, what is reasonable?
Our concern, and you heard Mr. Bignell, our concern is that this is going to be an open-ended thing, and it's going to go on forever, and it's not a safe condition the way it is now. So we got to put what we think is a reasonable time frame on this if we're going to allow, if we're going to vote to approve this tonight, to get this work done. I mean, this just can't be procrastinated forever, because it's been procrastinated forever.
Talking to my client, we have there's two issues. One is the building. All the site improvements can be done. We're just not sure how long it will take to have the prefab building actually manufactured. So that could be one issue, but we could agree certainly to all of the site improvements, the curbing, the paving, the drainage changes, the landscaping, and all of those things, get everything in order there, and put some time limit with maybe coming back if we have an issue with the construction.
Mr. Chairman, we've given them all the goodwill up to this point. This has been going on for several years. Theoretically, we should have shut them down 3 years ago. We gave them a break because of the pandemic. It's been a struggle to get here. And I don't want to go round and round, and 6-8 months from now, all the building's not in because they had a problem with this and a problem with that. And we need a date. He either agrees to it or you shut them down until it's all done. But I'm not chasing them around town anymore. I'm just not going to do it.
I want to ask the construction official, John, what do you think? How do you think we should handle this?
Not for anything. It's been out there a long time. It's been like we've been out there a million times trying to get this place cleaned up and done. To me personally, if we approve this, the operation should stop in 30 days. Done. Nobody's there. Get all the pallets out. Get everything done. Start building. And until he gets a CO on the building and gets an approval from engineering, then you can operate again. Because it's gone on way too long. In my impression, of just track record, I don't think this is ever getting built. Just my opinion, no disrespect to anybody, I don't think it's ever getting built.
Mr. Soltesz, I would say that the applicant understands.
Can you
unless-
please speak into that
Yes.
mic?
I think the applicant understands loud and clear that if he doesn't do these improvements, he's done. So I think that's, and if you have an airtight condition in the resolution, I think that would be adequate. But at this point, we've spent a lot of time trying to get to this point. We're now here. It would be a shame to shut the business down when we think we can do this at the same time.
Well, I think, I don't understand how you could, I was in construction for a lot of years. I don't understand. You have trailer truck parking, you have people coming in and out of the other properties that need access. I don't understand how you're even gonna build this thing with him working. You know what I mean? You can't. You have to shut this site down. He's been there for a bunch of years with no approval. And you can't let this go on and continue. And I understand he's trying to make a living, I get it. But he's there with no approval, and
And it's not safe.
and not for anything. It's not safe the way it is. It's not. It's like I was out there one day, and people are relieving themselves where they shouldn't be relieving themselves. You know, it's like a nightmare, and somebody's going to die out there, the way it's going on. And I think we want to give them a couple, if we approve this, I keep saying that because we don't know if we're going to approve this or not. But if we do, I think give them a couple weeks, give them 30 days, shut it down, get everything out of there, because we have other instances in town. We won't even let the people come to the board until they clean the site up, get everything out of there, and they're operating illegally. So get it all out of there. So how come it's okay for everybody else that we do it to, but for this applicant, it's all right? It's not. Everybody should be painted with the same brush, and we should be equal opportunity, approvals here. I think 30 days, he can lay his people off, and then, you know what? Now there's a hammer. You got to get this thing built. And that's the only way I would even agree to this thing. I'm telling you, it's just, this has been a thorn upstairs for a lot of years. And we've been out there, me and Hank have been out there, I've been out there with the zoning officer. You don't get anywhere. They built an illegal structure out there around a telephone pole with transformers. I mean, you guys working in the rain in there, everything's soaking wet. I can't believe nobody's been electrocuted in there. So I wouldn't agree with any of that, Mr. Tripp. And I think, and on top of that, he's got to have a time constraint when the construction has to be finished. Because this is going to go on. I've seen it a million times.
What? Why can't you get it done in 90 days?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Tripp, do you need a few minutes to confer with your client?
Well, I think we would like, obviously, my client would like to be able to continue. I think the site's been cleaned up to some degree. I think we can agree to, certainly agree to some conditions, but I think it would be.
But, Mr. Tripp, these are all like glittering generalities.
Yeah, I
to some
understand.
degree, reasonable.
Well, I mean, obviously, I think he would like to stay in business. I think if we could have come up with a limitation that the board is comfortable with, you know.
Again, Mr. Tripp, if you want, like
let
5
me
minutes to,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, why don't we can take a break and allow Mr. Tripp to confer.
Before we take a break, I'd just like to make one more comment. If we're going to say you can operate illegally for whatever, 30 days, 90 days, we're blessed in illegal operation.
Well, I do have a jurisdictional question on that, whether the board even has that ability to permit that. But first, I just want to hear, let Mr. Tripp confer with his client. But
All right,
I'm
so
on your
we'll take
wavelength with
a
that.
5-minute recess, okay? 5 minutes. Gotta make him an honorary. Okay, we're back in session. What's up, Mr.
I've
Tripp?
discussed it with my client. I mean, I'd like.
You discussed it, or you want to discuss it?
We did
discussed
discuss it.
You're not discussed it. Okay, I just want to make sure you're not discussed.
I'm not disgusted
All right,
at all. You've
okay.
known me long
All
enough.
right.
I'm not disgusted.
All right.
We did talk about it, and I think what Mr. Crespo would like to discuss it with the board, would like to be sworn in and talk about it, and in terms of what he perceives. I think our concern is, I understand the board's concern. The site needs to be improved. It needs to be made safe. We just wonder, what I'm wondering is there an interim way in which he can continue to generate some revenue, at least to pay for all these improvements that we're doing and agreeing to, and there might be a middle ground. I don't know. I understand the current status. I know we're here before the board, somewhat hat in hand, given the circumstances and what's been on the property. But I think if you hear from Mr. Crespo, perhaps we can come up with some middle ground that accommodates everybody's concerns.
Okay, why don't you swear him in?
Sure. Swear. Be sworn in.
You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give this board is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state and spell your name for the record.
Jonathan Crespo, Jonathan.
Counsel, just for clarification, are we done with the engineer's testimony?
Excuse me?
I don't think we're done with the engineer's testimony necessarily, but counsel for the applicant felt that testimony from the applicant himself with regard to this discrete issue was appropriate at this time. So,
I'll recall him to talk about the operations and things like that later. But
So-
I just wanted you to
counsel,
address-
if you could just have your witness identify what his position is with regard to the applicant.
Yes, I'm a general manager. I manage the day-to-day operations
of Just Nation
of Just
LLC?
Nation LLC that's on the property, correct?
And just for the record, you testified, you heard testimony as to what the operations are on site from the engineer. Are those accurate?
Those are accurate.
Okay. And later, I will recall you to answer some of the additional questions.
Sure.
But for now, I want you to address the issue about how much time you think you need to do these improvements and why it's important to you to try to be able to stay in business in some fashion while you're doing them.
Yeah. Well, clearly, I understand that I have no right to continue working there. I'm at your mercy 100%. I understand that completely, and I appreciate all the time that the township has given me to continue working there. But I'm at a point right now where I'm ready to start. I'm desperate to start attacking this right away. It's just, we're a smaller company, so it's very difficult for me, which I know is my problem, but it's very difficult to fund this operation right away without income. And we're in the type of business where nobody cares about their pallet supplier. If you don't answer their call in a week with a load of pallets, they'll move on to the next person, no matter how long you've been in business. So it's no contracts. So it's a tough situation, but I want to start attacking this right away, and I would attack whatever parts you deem most important with nonstop. The only thing that I can't give a time frame on, but I can guess on, is the building, because it's a prefab building that we purchased. So it comes with the plans, it comes with all the parts. It would just get shipped over, and I would have a contractor ready as soon as it gets here, the very next day, to start constructing, nonstop. And I believe, based off the last month I spoke to him a month ago, it would take about 2 to 3 months for it to get delivered. That's the only thing that I can't start right away.
And from a practical standpoint, we still need county approval as well.
I didn't hear what you said from a practical.
Practical standpoint, we also need county approval and freehold soil approval.
And winter is fast approaching. You know, so, you know, if you're saying 3 months and you order that, it takes 3 months to get it. So we're in September. Let's say you ordered in October, November, December. So it's winter. You're not going to be putting footings in. Nothing's going to happen there, because you got to put footings in for those columns and everything else that you have. I'm just trying to think of what we could do and keep that site safe.
So I want to go back to the comment that Mr. Soltesz made, because I was thinking about that for a while, you know, as we were discussing it. You know, the planning board has jurisdiction under the municipal land use law to grant site plan approvals, to grant subdivision approvals, to grant variance relief, to grant design waiver relief. I struggle a little bit to find where we possess a statutory authority to permit a use that does not have its approvals to continue. So I'd be, you know, interested, Mr. Tripp, to hear your thoughts on it, and Mr. Burks as well.
I think it's really.
Can you speak into that mic?
Yes. I think it's a municipal enforcement issue.
That's what I was thinking, yeah.
And I don't know that, again, the board could either say yay or nay as to something like that, but we could put in a condition. What I'm trying to come up with, because ultimately we're going to have to deal with Mr. Soltesz in his capacity as construction code official. I'd like to, you know, at least have some understanding of what we could do to stay, at least have some operations on site while the safety issues or the issues that are perceived as immediate safety issues are addressed.
Here's what my initial thoughts were about the issue, is that perhaps what the board could do is to say that issue is exactly as you framed it. It's an enforcement issue. And, you know, it's left to the zoning officer and the construction official to determine, you know, how and under what circumstances the use can continue or that it can cease. But, I mean, it's very clear the planning board is not an enforcement agency.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Hank.
If I might, Mr. Tripp, has there a summons been issued for violation of the zoning ordinance for this?
I'm not aware of one.
Okay, well, what will happen is, and I'll tell you from my years of experience in municipal government, is we'll issue the summons, it'll go to court, and the court will hold it in abeyance until the planning board hears the case. So why I agree with Mr. Kuchera on his legal opinion of the statute. This is what's going to happen, and the court will wait for the planning board to make a decision one way or the other. So that's why I put it. That's why I wanted the particulars as a condition or not, whether you're going to let them operate while with the approval, or just tell them you're shut down, and then the court will know what to do. And if he continues, he'd wind up in court with the zoning officer. But this has been going on for 3+ years. The pandemic hit, so that we backed off on a lot of different operations in town to let people survive. But I know what's going to happen. We'll issue a summons, as you talk about enforcement, and then the court's going to hold it in abeyance until we get back here to the planning board. So it's like a big circle.
Yeah, well, here's the thing, Hank, you know, so if they're going to build what they got to build, they can't really operate while they're building.
No, I get it, but I just want I'm I'm not trying to, I wasn't trying to be, draconian in my approach, but Mr. Soltis makes a lot of sense. I don't know how you do this operation amongst all the improvements that have to get built, because you're gonna have backhoes and things like that with digging footings and curbing and paving, and
It's not going to be safe.
no, and then the other two properties past this property are in operation. We're reading them the rule book because they're filling their property illegally. It's just like nonstop down there. So we're trying to get this all squared away. I
We
don't
don't want
envy
to,
your
and we don't want to
decision.
have workers there working on pallets falling in potholes. out
I
there.
get it. And
It's the same thing.
I have pictures.
Yeah. I mean, while they're digging and everything else, just, it's a difficult situation, Mr. Tripp.
I appreciate the difficulty of the situation, and I think my client does as well. Is there any way you think you could do the improvements while you had someone at operations on site so you could stay in business?
I honestly believe I can. It's not going to run this. I have to partially shut down at points. So again, we don't work on the weekend. So there's at the times that we attack the pavement on the loading dock and on the street, all that could be done on the weekend. And again, I don't need to get to that area. There's ways that I can break it down. I don't have a lot of employees. I could break them off in sections. Hey, whenever we're doing work on this area, you guys don't come in. And I can store the pallets. So whenever, let's say, the building materials come in, I cannot have anybody refurbishing, no employees refurbishing, just my forklift drivers to grab pallets that are already stored in a different area and load the truck so that I may continue to service my customers. So I can break it down. I'm not gonna be at 100%. I have to do it in sections, but it's a way to stay alive and at least not lose the customers and bring in some income to continue the operation.
I was talking to Mr. Soltez and Mr. Bignell about a phasing plan, but it's going to be difficult to do all the site improvements that need to be done there and still be operating. It's going to be very difficult and still keep it safe. So, Ron, I'm just wondering if we have to decide on whether or not this can be built, right? We're not the enforcement agency. I think we got to leave it up to the zoning and to the construction official, right?
That's my recommendation, that the board defer to the zoning officer and the construction official as to how or if the operation continues and under what circumstances. And as Mr. Bignell said, if it winds up in municipal court, the judge may take jurisdiction of it. But I think in the first instance, it's for the zoning officer and the construction official to determine, how it's going to proceed.
Perhaps,
We're here
perhaps
to
you can come up-
deny an approval.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I disagree with that because we've done that now for 3 years. So now tell me to go back and do it again, it just defeats the purpose of
Has
what we're
this
up
gone
to.
to court yet? As a summons been issued?
I thought a summons was issued way back when, but I had to go back and check. I don't remember offhand. But we've allowed them to operate for the 3 years.
Because of COVID
yeah.
and everything else.
But if the decision's going to be, well, let the zoning guys do it. I just told you what's going to happen. We're going to issue a summons, and they're going to go to court, and they're going to get a stay, and then the court's going to say, well, go back to the zoning, go back to the planning board, and we're going to be right back here again, and it's going to be another 6-8 months because it's taken forever to reach the courts in this town right now because of the backlog. So, that's I know it's ethical, legally it's probably good reasoning, but from a practical matter, it's not, and it's not solving the problem.
Right. Mr. Reader?
Chair. Yeah, just, I do recall other cases where we've wanted to approve something, but said the condition was they had to stop whatever illegal activity was going on. I don't see how we could say, oh, continue what you're doing and go ahead and build this. That wouldn't be consistent with what we've done in the past.
I would just put this out there. I don't, as a scenario, let's say we put a condition on it, whatever the time frame is, let's say 3 months, and the 3 months comes and they have not actually constructed what they were supposed to construct. Board's still not an enforcement agency. The way to enforce it is through the zoning officer, and you would still wind up in court. But, I mean, so I feel...
You're back to where you were if we did it the other way, right?
But, Mr. Chairman, but wouldn't, it's always going to go back to the court, and the court may end up sending it back here, but if we perform an analysis of this application and say, according to what we see, this is what should be done, and put a condition that it cannot start, it's up to the township to agree to start or no start. But at least we've done our work and it's there.
Perhaps what we can do is say, and again, just kind of spitballing and free to accept or reject. We can if there's an approval, because, I don't want to make statements that sort of presumes we're granting an approval. If there's an approval, that the board is very specific that it's not permitting the continuation of the use at all.
All we're approving is the application of
Yeah,
how do they want to improve the property.
What?
But to get back also, Mr. Chairman, to something you were talking about, a phasing plan. I mean, is there a way that this site,
But different sites are, you can do phasing plans because they're large enough, you know what I mean, to do it. But here, with all these site improvements that have to go on, and then you got people still working there, I don't know if it's,
Well, we might, I think we could come up with a phasing plan if that was something that we needed to do. I think we could come up with something that curtailed the operations and did the improvements in a certain order, but I'd really have to have my client and the engineer put that together.
Yeah,
The
I mean-
question is that going to be something that would be done with Mr. Soltez and the zoning officer as an enforcement issue of, okay, we agree
well, I
to
think
do
when you're
this,
talking
or would
about
it
a
be for the
phase,
board?
when you're talking about a phasing plan, it brings it more within what the board can start to regulate.
Yeah, obviously, we haven't, we have not submitted a phasing plan, but it's certainly something we could submit.
because already we know that it's going to take 3 months to get the building, right?
And it's going to take a month or two to get county approval once.
So
we
you're
know what
out
your
another-
requirements are.
I'm curious why you didn't, I mean, you're not required to get municipal approval, then get county approval.
the
You can
engineer-
move simultaneously.
Yeah, but the problem is that we didn't know what improvements would be ultimately required, and we submitted to the county. We got a determination they want revised plans, but we didn't want to submit the revised plans until we got the board action, because until we have the decision of the board, it made no sense. We'd get the county to approve a set of plans, and then the board would require additional things, and we'd have to go back to the county again. So we submitted, it's just we haven't resubmitted. That's the issue. And it made sense not to resubmit, given the fact that we anticipated additional conditions, and I can count a number of conditions that have already required some plan revisions that if it's ever approved, we'll have to do. So that's going to take a little bit of time. Again, I never suggested this was an easy case. This is you know, we're trying to do the best we can. I think my client is committed to improving the site, and hopefully be able to continue his business.
If I may, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
The conditions that are presently existing on site were ordered to be demolished, completely removed in 2018.
By whom?
By the Township of Edison. Multiple violation notices were issued to this applicant, and this applicant has not complied. Nothing has been removed. In fact, the conditions that were ordered to be removed have increased. The shanty building that's there was in the violation notice, and this is going to be part of our case, but has been deemed an imminent threat to bodily harm. And that imminent threat to bodily harm's been there for 5 years. So when the board's talking about a phasing plan, I question whether the board has jurisdiction to allow, in any respect, a condition that the Township of Edison has already deemed illegal and directed that this applicant remove.
Ron, I'm just...
I think there's a lot of apples and oranges right now also here, because this board has no jurisdiction over matters that concern the Uniform Construction Code. So I'd ask Mr. Soltesz, I mean, in terms of the safety of the structure and unsafe structure determinations and things like that, the board could never, interfere in that. That's exclusively within the jurisdiction of the construction official.
Yeah, and I'd just also like to raise that I think the issue of the outstanding violations is a jurisdictional issue that this board should consider. When you have, for example, the concrete slab was entirely ordered to be removed. That was built without any permits. They come here not telling this board they're going to remove it in compliance with the violation notice, but they want to expand it. So, council, I think it's a backdoor way to get this board to approve violations the township has already said need to be abated, which haven't been.
Well, I would disagree with that, obviously, because some of this point of why we're here is to get approval of things that exist and that will be improved. So the fact that something was put in without an approval, if it becomes part of this plan and it's being improved to certain standards, that's not, I don't see any issue with that. Obviously, the board has in front of it exactly what's there. There's an as-built. They have all the information from Mr. Bignell and Mr. Soltesz, and the board can make a decision as to what it wants to approve.
I don't think there's a jurisdictional bar for the applicant seeking approval for what's out there. I don't know that they're going to get it, but, there's no the board is not prohibited from hearing it.
I mean, I think this comes down to a safety issue, and that, like you said, that's not our jurisdiction of this board, but I mean, not that I know of, and I don't think that Mr. Bignell, didn't you think that there was some summonses issued on this property?
Or, Mr. Chairman, several years back, but we've been working. We hit the this happened before the pandemic. Then we hit the pandemic, and we the whole state took a step back because we didn't want to hurt people because they were suffering. But if it goes to the court's going to say, well, Mr. Tripp will go down there and with his due diligence and say, well, Your Honor, it's before the planning board. And then the judge will say, okay, we're going to hold this in abeyance. So until the board acts and gives me some direction, I'll direct the zoning officer, because that's my title in town as director. So I can talk to these people. But I want to bring everybody into compliance. I'm not going to hurt nobody, but at the same time, we got the ordinance and the township to protect. And I'm not sure you can do that with this application if you grant an approval. I don't want to be chasing them around for 2-3 more years, because that's been the history. Say what you want to say, but that's been the history, and I'm kind of frustrated by the whole thing.
Mr. Reader?
Just to expand on that. So I think the board is very aware that this will be a tremendous improvement to the site. Maybe not even enough of an improvement, but what's there now is a disaster and a nightmare. But for us to say, let's grant the approval and let them build this great improved facility without making a condition that the unsafe, illegal environment that's there now cease immediately is irresponsible.
But our attorney is saying that we're not in the enforcement business.
We're not enforcing.
Let's just speak to the safety issue. If it's an unsafe structure, that's not a determination that your zoning officer makes. That's a decision that's within the construction department under the UCC, and there's specific standards, and that I don't think would even go to municipal court if there was a challenge. It goes to the County Board of Construction Appeals as a
Construction Code Board of Appeals. Yes.
Right, as an appeal. But
how about an unsafe site? I mean, the board has the jurisdiction to determine whether it's safe or not. If the pallets can fall down, they're packed, they're piled at 20 feet in the air. You've got forklifts running all over.
Well, you have in your report where there's going to be a condition about.
I understand,
but it exists.
The problem is, Counselor, it exists now, and it shouldn't even be there now. You get a site plan approved, then you build it, then you open. You don't open, get chased around town for 3-4 years, then come here and get an approval, and then stay open while you're doing it.
Well, that's why I'm saying that perhaps what the board could do is say, we're not permitting you as a board to stay open at all.
Right.
Well, then say that. That's
what I said
can live
a
with that.
while ago.
Right.
And I think that's within the board's jurisdiction, and that allows every enforcement official to exercise their jurisdiction, and the board stays within its jurisdiction, that it's not permitting.
And I don't believe that the access is safe. It's a wide open. It's like the Wild West down there with the tractor trailers running around. Like I told you, I almost got hit by one the last time I was there trying to grab a couple of pictures. John, he had to honk the horns to let me know. Almost got jumped out of the way because they don't stop. They don't slow down. The pallets are piled to the roof, to the sky. They're like 20 plus. They're a little less now. I have pictures where they're being propped up against the building, the tractor trailers, just to hold them in place. What happens if the place lights on fire? How do we fight a fire? So those are the safety issues. Forget about the building.
I thought we just resolved it. That the board would say that it's not permitting the continuation of any use that's
Of any
not permitted
operation.
on the site.
For safety issues.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just think, we're going around in circles here. And I don't like doing circles, okay? I think the applicant really needs to step up and admit that he's there illegally, and he needs to stop what he's doing until he gets an approval. And you know what? If his business, falters or does whatever, that's not our concern. That's not our thing. It needs to stop. Like I said before, we have somebody down the road. We made them clean the whole lot, get 90% of the stuff off the site before we even let them come to the board. And this is like somebody special. You know what I mean? Like, this is just going on. And he just keeps continuing and continuing and continuing. He hears what we're saying. He should really just, it's not our thing to say to stop him or anything else, but he should just stop, clean the site, and then come back to this board and get his approval and do it the right way. And everybody is like going around in circles here going, oh, poor guy, oh, this or that. I can't have the money. I don't have the money. If you don't have the money, like years ago, I didn't have the money to do stuff. I didn't do it. And it's just like, we need to stop this. We're just going around in circles here. So at some point, either continue with just my thing, I'm not the chair, okay? And maybe I'm speaking out of line here or something, but I think he needs to admit he's going to shut this thing down in the next couple of weeks, and then we're going to hear the rest of the application tonight and get on with it. This is just going around. We're not getting anywhere here because he's not going to shut it down voluntarily. Mr. Tripp's going to make some excuse why he can't shut it down. And you know what? It's only legal. And we've gave the guy 3, 4, I don't know, he said 5 years. It's been a long time. And you know what? I write unsafe structure notices, violations, penalty. Mr. Tripp comes in, the applicant comes in, they cry on my shoulder. Oh, we'll do this, we'll do that. We abate the violations, abate the fine, trying to be a nice guy. And you know what happens to nice guys? You finish last. And it's enough now. It's totally enough. He needs to shut his operation down, get out of there, and build this out if he wants to build it, if we approve it. And I'll tell you what, I'll put on the record right now. I want to see a building, I want to see bathroom facilities in there, and I want to see heat for the workers. Because this is a joke. It's not what we want in Edison. It doesn't belong here. Put it in a building, build a building. Like I said to you, I was out there, and I don't even want to say what I saw going on. It's disgusting.
All right,
That's
so-
all I got to say. But I think the applicant needs to just shut it down voluntarily. We don't have the right to tell them. And if I'm going to write violations or I'm going to write a summons, it's going to go to court. The judges are going to say, oh, give the guy a break. We'll give him 30 days. We'll give him 90 days. You're an attorney. You know what goes on. It's like, no, Just no.
I think Mr. Crespo wants to address the board.
Yeah. I did, after the pandemic, I did take about like a year and a half. A while, we were hurting like every other business. That's not an excuse, but I'm just saying that's why I kind of didn't rush back here to get it done. But the reason why we even got this is addressed in the first place is because we bought the property to clean up the property. And from me and my father's, which we own the company, from our inexperience, we only had one other yard in Newark from 30 years ago. So we were just not savvy in real estate. We came in and we thought that if we were zoned for it, that we were fine and we weren't going to build the building. So we threw down the slab. We did the load. Like we try to do things right away because we can't work like that. It was a real crap before we moved there. It was just a junkyard. So we leveled everything out. We tried to clean it. And then that's when we found out we needed permits for the overhang, for everything. We learned a lot throughout this process. COVID hit, and as of now, I want to get this done right away. I haven't because I can't. I mean, I'm waiting to get the approvals, but I'm ready to go immediately. And we took down the building. There's no more unsafe structure. I remember, believe me, I understand what you're talking about. We took that down completely. The containers in the back, we cut them up to pieces. We scrapped them. It's just a slab. I know there's dirt, which is what we want to pave, but nobody works on there anymore. That's just for storage. I have few employees, so they're just repairing the few pallets to come in because the industry is very slow anyway, and we're just pushing them out. That's all we're doing. It's just a couple of guys, but believe it or not, it helps a lot. It really helps a lot to just keep everything going, keep the storage, to take the storage out, like take the stored pallets out of there, keep it flowing, and just bring in some income to just get everything done. Starting right away. I'll start tomorrow if, God willing, I got an approval, but I'm ready to start right now. I'll do everything immediately. And then as soon as the building comes in, which I want, I feel bad for my guys too. And believe me, if you visit any other pallet company, it's not concrete. There's never a warehouse. This is all overhead. It's all gravel, forklifts running on gravel. We don't like working like that. This is why we did concrete. So we don't have to do repairs every year. So the guys can work clean. It's just, I'm stuck in a tough position. And I know I got off to a bad start.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Ron.
So I understand the frustration of everybody here. The applicant has expressed his frustration in his path to where he is. The neighboring property owner has their frustrations about the site and the impact of the site on their property. Mr. Bignell and Mr. Soltesz have been working tirelessly for years trying to protect the town, trying to protect the neighbors, trying to protect, most importantly, the people who are working on that site from a dangerous condition. And we are here, and it doesn't appear that there's been any substantial steps forward. So I understand everybody's frustration with the process. But a couple of things, that I'm kind of picking from everyone, their positions and their strong feelings and their valid concerns. Number one, the board can't choose not to hear an application. They've submitted what they need to submit on the checklist. They've been declared complete. The board has to hear the application. You don't have to approve the application. You got to hear the application, though. And if you don't, you run the risk of an automatic approval. And certainly Mr. Tripp's office understands how to pursue that course. And they would be required to, just as a matter of diligent representation of their client. So I believe the board needs to hear and is required to hear the application of the municipal land use law. Second, like I said, the board could deny the application, and then that's it. I mean, there's no approval. It's been denied. There have been summonses or violations that have been issued. I mean, it'll take its course. It's a use that has zero approvals. It has to stop. If there's an approval, it would be with the planning board stating that we are not permitting you to operate at all.
Right.
Until you have come into resolution compliance. And that way, that addresses the board's safety concerns. We're not giving you a month. We're not giving you 2 months, 3 months. We're saying you can't operate, we're not permitting you to operate until you have complied
Right.
with the terms of our approval.
And I think that's, well, it's up to each board member to do, but let's hear the rest of the application. Let's proceed with your engineer, and we'll take this to the end. That's what we'll do.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Tripp?
That's fine.
Okay, so bring your engineer back up, let's finish, and let's hear the opposition, too.
Yeah, I didn't have anything further direct. I think we were going through the professionals' reports. I don't know if we
I
made
think
it.
we made it to the last two items in Mr. Bignell's report, and that started this whole discussion. Mr. Carley, is there anything else in your report that we need to address that we didn't?
Mr. Vanderjack did address that question relative to his testimony relative to stormwater management, avers that it is not a major development.
Charlie, do you have a mic there?
I do, it's right here.
Okay, okay.
Oh, yeah.
No, because you weren't speaking.
But in the whatchamacallit, the administrative code, if it's already paved or gravelled, it's considered impervious, and that's Mr. Vanderjack's testimony. Am I getting that young man's name right? I hate to mispronounce a Dutch man's name wrong.
Van der Valk.
Van der Valk, there you go. But that's Mr. Van der Valk's testimony. We do look for design on the whatchamacallit, the sanitary sewer and water, and to Mr. Bignell's point, to pull the hydrant across the easement. We look for cut fill estimates, things of those nature. But Mr. Van der Valk provided testimony that the proposal conforms to off-street parking requirements as expressed by the local ordinance. And we look for him to assure, and he does, I mean, it's 9 parking spots, that the number of accessible spaces meets ADA requirements. Mr. Van der Valk provided testimony relative to lighting. We look for him to aver and affix the plans with a certification that the improvements comply with ADA requirements. Pre-construction meetings, if the board moves in that path. Then, of course, other agency permits, NJDEP's construction activity, stormwater general permit, the 5G3, freehold soil, Middlesex County Planning Board, anything that's required of the various municipal departments, Department of Public Works, Engineering Department again, and those things of those natures. But that is dependent upon the board's adjudication of the application. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Charlie. Okay, so that ends, you're through with your testimony? The
Yes.
engineer's testimony. Okay, any other questions from the board of the engineer? Okay, who else you got, Mr.
Well,
Chair?
I think, Mr. Burke, do you want
Oh.
to cross-examine?
Well, Mr. Chair, do you want to let the applicant finish all their testimony and then let cross-examination of all
Yeah, I think
witnesses?
let's do that. Let's do that.
Then I'll have the environmental consultant just explain briefly, what the environmental conditions are on the property. And then I do want to bring Mr. Crespo back to answer a couple of questions, particularly with respect to the building, because I think there's obviously concern about the building, but I want Mr. Crespo to be able to explain how that's really standard in this industry to have a building of this type. And as long as the building meets code requirements and is a safe building, I think that it's something that should be permitted, and I don't know that there should be requirements that the actual building be different than as we proposed it. But we'll address that with Mr. Crespo.
You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give this board is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state and spell your name for the record.
Joseph Hochreiter, Hochreiter.
If you could just qualify, Mr. Hochreiter.
Certainly. I've been in the environmental field since the very early 1980s. I was a USGS scientist, a senior hydrologist with the USGS. I'm a certified groundwater professional and environmental consultant since 1988. I've been a principal at 3 firms, including my present one, Senior Environmental Consulting. I've been qualified in New Jersey Superior Court.
Your professional, your educational background.
Educational background, undergraduate at Temple University, graduate school at Drexel University in environmental engineering and science.
You have a certified groundwater professional?
Yes.
Certified subsurface evaluator?
Yes.
And cleanup star certified as well?
That is correct.
What are you seeking to be qualified as, an environmental expert?
Consultant.
Yes, environmental consultant.
Mr. Burke, do you have any objection to the credentials?
Just one brief question. You are not a licensed site remediation professional, correct?
By design, that's correct. I did receive a license when they were initially issued, and I did not activate it.
Okay, so again, the answer to my question is you are not.
I am not. That's
right?
correct,
Okay,
yes.
So with the caveat that his testimony is confined to environmental consulting, whatever that is, and not anything that would be within the purview of an LSRP, no objection.
Okay.
Okay, so
I would clarify that in order to testify, and
Well,
I test.
first of all, if there's going to be an argument about your qualifications, it's going to come from Mr. Tripp. And I believe, Mr.
Okay.
Tripp, the chairman was about to accept your witness as an environmental expert.
Correct. He's as an environmental expert, and you have a qualification to, in terms of what your expertise is?
Yeah, I mean, my expertise is in groundwater remediation and site remediation. I clean up sites. I'll give you an example. I run the brownfields development area for the city of Perth Amboy. I've done that since probably 17 years ago. And that's just one example.
Okay.
Okay, so
Well, the board,
we'll accept your qualifications with the caveat that you're not an LSRP.
Right.
Very good.
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Tripp.
Certainly. Can you explain what you were asked to do and what you did in terms of taking a look at this property and at the environmental history of this property?
Certainly.
Hang on one sec, Mr. Tripp. Can you get that mic closer to you? Thank you.
Sorry.
All right.
Yep.
About 2 months back, I was asked by Mr. Tripp to take a look at the environmental history of what we call the 271 Meadow Road site. So what I did was I spoke with the US EPA. US EPA is running a program to remediate free-phase oil that is seeping into the Raritan River. The New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection has another component of the remediation, and that's basically overseeing the work that responsible parties were doing on individual sites that were part of the original Raritan refining operation that started probably 90 years ago, 70 years ago, and operated through the 1950s. So what I've determined is that for the EPA action, the operations at 271 Meadow Road consist of allowing groundwater monitoring to be done and any access that the EPA and its contractor might need in their efforts to mitigate free-phase product. And when we talk about free-phase, we're talking about oil that's typically floating on the water table, the groundwater, and keeping that from accessing the Raritan River. The New Jersey DEP oversaw probably 15 years of work that 2 individuals, Rosemary and Kevin Cotter, prior owners of the site, did to investigate and clean up the property from probably the late 1990s through about 2012. I have a PI number that basically identifies the the case that Envirotactics of Seagirt, they're an environmental consulting firm, they were the ones that did that work for the Cotters. I also want to note that all of the environmental remediation impacts on this site were identified and overseen by the DEP just before Mr. Crespo and Just Nation purchased the property in 2017. The DEP's responsible party investigative unit, by the way, I did a Open Public Records Act review of the case file at NJDEP, and I also utilized a program called Data Miner to access electronic information on this site that the state of New Jersey has. One of the documents I received was a responsible party investigative unit report that was issued December 2016. It's a comprehensive summary report of work done by the Cotters at 271 Meadow Road, again, immediately prior to Mr. Crespo's purchase of the property in 2017. At that point in time in the investigation, 12 areas of concern were identified. These are largely soil impact issues. Most have already been remediated. These appear, in my view, to be resolvable with the retention of an LSRP and the submission of updated reports. On July 19th of this year, the DEP issued a notice of violation and an offer of settlement to the Cotters as well as to Mr. Crespo. I'm sorry?
Yeah.
Okay. Reportedly, the deadlines imposed on the Cotters to complete the remediation work on the site were missed. And the state wants someone to enter into an agreement to complete that work. On behalf of Just Nation, I contacted Emily Hendrickson, which is the NJDEP's Bureau of Enforcement, to address the state's concerns. By the way, her July letter, that NOV, was the first that Just Nation knew of the Cotters' failure to complete their remediation obligations. We've initiated a process with the department to address the issues raised in that notice. Again, I noted that I conducted an Open Public Records Act review on July 25th. On August 24th, Ms. Hendrickson asked Just Nation to stand by. We had asked for a meeting to come up with an understanding on how we would move forward with an ACO, an administrative consent order, to actually cover the work that we were about to do. They asked us to stand by while internal discussions were going on within the department regarding how this case would be handled. The proposed site improvements, which is the building and the paving over compacted gravel, overlay most of the areas of concern, and I can show that on a figure that's over there at the end of my testimony. The soil capping or deed notice is expected to be the acceptable default remedy for closing out the areas of concern that require final remedial action. I can go through and give you a summary of each of these areas of concern if you'd like, and a brief overview of what the department has determined needs to be done. In broad brush, what I can say is most of the remedial action work, excavation of contaminated soil, things of that nature, were done by the Cotters. But at some point around 2012, 2013, they stopped doing work.
So do you know where they stopped and what remains to be done on the
Yes,
site?
and the advantage that we have is that the department in this 2016 document has laid out the blueprint of what needs to be done. So the department itself has done that.
Is there monitoring wells on the site?
There
at
are.
present?
Yes.
How many are there?
Don't know the exact number, but probably in the neighborhood of 7 or 8.
And aren't they have to be checked every so often, those monitoring wells?
Yes, but that is principally, as I understand it, a function of the EPA in their program to address floating oil.
Right, but you have to pay for it to do, right? I mean, they're not coming out. They're
EPA
coming
is
out to
doing
do
it, and they have funding to cover that. I don't know where that funding has come from. I don't know if it comes from Raritan Oil and some responsible party associated with that. I didn't get that deep in the weeds with the EPA. But all they're asking for from Mr. Crespo on this site is the right to access, which we've granted.
So, with the construction of if the building gets constructed and the parking lot and the pavement gets in, will that interfere with access to any of these monitoring areas?
No, the plan would be that the monitoring wells, we would work around those monitoring wells. Occasionally, a situation will arise where a monitoring well needs to be sealed and replaced. If we needed to do that, and I don't think that would need to be done, but if it needed to be done, we would replace the well.
Okay, you can continue.
All right. So if you want me to run through the 12 areas of concern, I'm happy to do that.
I don't think you have to go through 12. If you can give me an abstract and give the board an abstract of what you think, like which are the worst hotspots that you have?
It's very hard to say that there are really any significant hotspots left. Most of these areas were storage areas, product transfer areas, stained soil areas, drum storage areas, where the prior consultant for the Cotters actually did sampling, they remediated soil, they proposed either no further action or an institutional control. Institutional control is typically a deed notice, and there may be a cap associated with that. And what they didn't do was bring it to that final conclusion.
So they didn't have a final LSRP letter on the thing saying that everything is in compliance and there's no further action on that?
You are correct, yes.
Okay.
So we anticipate at this point in my review that we'll be able to secure an LSRP services, work with the existing data, probably have to collect some confirmation soil samples, and then submit the paperwork that's necessary to demonstrate that the remediation's complete.
Okay. Do you have on the drawing here, we have a plan in our set that has where these areas are?
Yes.
What drawing number would it be on?
Sheet 4 of 7.
4 of 7?
Correct? 1, 2, 3, 12.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's the figure that's up on the board, although, and I'll be happy to point that out, but you're not going to see it from that distance. But if you look at this figure, you will see hexagons with area of concern numbers. So for example, the proposed warehouse structure, inside that warehouse structure, you'll see a hexagon number 12, number 4, number 5.
Right.
Outside of it, you'll see the remaining, all the way counting up to 12 areas of concern.
10, 6, 11, 5.
Right. Now, what I can do is I can read off just the names of these areas of concern.
Sure.
Number 1 is a former above-ground tank farm. Number 2 is a sump and concrete pit. 3 is product transfer stations. 4 is soil staining. 5 is soil staining, a drum storage area. 6 is something called the one-story brick building. It had some oil and soil. There were pipes inside the substructure. Stained soil near welding areas, number 7. Number 8 is abandoned brick structure. Number 9 is the northeast corner of the lot, which you can see just by looking at the drawing. But they tested soil and groundwater there for petroleum. Number 10, debris in northwest corner of the lot. Number 11, smokestack remnants. And number 12, stained soil near two-story building. And I do have this report with me. I don't have copies of it, but I've got brief summaries of what was done. But in almost all instances, in fact, in every instance, the soil was tested. In many instances, soil was remediated. There was excavation done of contaminated soil. There was follow-up testing done to determine a clean zone. The paperwork to wrap that all up, to provide a deed notice, to get the no further action designation was never done. So that's where we're at.
Okay. Any other questions from the board?
Just one question.
Yes, Mr. Reader.
Is it your testimony, though, just to clarify, that at this point, there are no areas of concern that actually exist? It's just a matter of paperwork?
No, they remain areas of concern until an LSRP issues what's called a response action outcome, an RAO.
Right, but my question is, in your opinion, the items that you listed, are those things actually taken care of?
I think most of them are taken care of. As I indicated in my testimony, there may be a couple of these areas where an LSRP would determine that they would want to do confirmation sampling. But we're not talking about a significant environmental issue in any instance that I've seen.
I mean, when the LSRP is going to sign off on it, they're going to want to do samples and see that there's nothing there. You know, that's what they do.
That's
typically.
correct.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Do you have any more testimony that you want to give?
No, that's basically it.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I have
Yes,
a question. So there's no RAO for any of the AOCs on the site presently?
That is correct. There are some NFAs, no further action designations, that were done on previous AOCs that predate the Site Remediation Reform Act.
So under the act, you know, you're the expert. In the absence of the RAOs, is this site permitted to continue operation with all of these unremediated conditions?
There would be no limitation imposed by the Department of Environmental Protection to allow this site to operate with these AOCs unresolved. There is an expectation that these AOCs get resolved. My understanding from talking to Emily is that there was a mandatory deadline missed by the Cotters, which precipitated the notice of violation.
So what is the significance of the notice of violation? Does it limit the use of the property in some manner, or what is the purpose of that?
The purpose has nothing to do with the use of the property. What it does, and the department is doing this with a number of cases where, I don't want to get too in the weeds, but I'm sure as the town has an LSRP, I'm sure to deal with public sites, you have some familiarity with the program. The state has imposed regulatory and mandatory deadlines to get certain things done in the site remediation program. If those mandatory deadlines are missed, what the state had been doing up until a few years ago was putting those sites into something called direct oversight. Frankly, that program wasn't working very well, in part because there weren't enough case managers to really actively manage cases again. That was the whole point of creating LSRPs. So what the state is doing now is they're issuing a notice of violation and an offer of, say you pay a certain amount of money, it's not a huge amount, and you sign an administrative consent order that locks you into a time frame to get the rest of the work done. And that's what they've done in this instance. Does that answer your question?
Somewhat. The proposed construction, does the presence of unremediated AOCs impact any of the proposed construction? I mean, there may be fill that needs to be brought in, there may be caps that need to be put on. Does it impact the present location of this building? How does it match up with where, or the present location of the improvements, how does it match up with the AOCs?
It matches up fairly well in that if there's no further action required, then it doesn't matter whether there's a cap on the particular AOC or not.
But we have AOCs that do not have a NFA nor an RAO.
That's correct. So what the LSRP will do, Licensed Site Remediation Professional, is look at the existing data, maybe collect some confirmatory samples just to make sure that conditions haven't changed. And one of the default remedies for soil staining, where there's no there's not a concentration of oil that would adversely impact groundwater underneath.
Council, I just want to object. Now we're getting into what an LSRP would do, and he's not an LSRP. So, I mean, if the board wants to hear it, fine, but this is now beyond the scope of his expertise, his competence, what he's been qualified to testify about.
I completely disagree. He's an environmental expert. He knows what LSRPs do. He works with LSRPs.
Mr. Chairman?
He can certainly testify as to what an LSRP is.
He's not an LSRP. I think the board can assign whatever weight it feels appropriate to his testimony, considering how he has been qualified and the fact that he's not an LSRP. But I guess my question was more as we sit here today.
Just finish the question, I'm sorry.
As we sit here today, the location of the improvements, are they in the areas of the AOC?
3 of them are directly in the vicinity of the building.
They're under the slab.
They're under the slab. And probably another 4 of them are or 5 of them are in the paved area. And capping those areas of concern will likely, none of them will have an adverse impact on the AOCs. If anything, there would be a positive impact because capping would be seen as a component of a final remedy for soil staining.
Okay.
The areas of concern that required, based on the information that the DEP provided, that required excavation, that excavation work was done. It was done a number of years ago. So excavation was done, post-ex sampling was done, the paperwork to finally put a deed notice or an institutional control, such as a cap, was not done. So what's happening with this development plan would be mostly entirely consistent with closing out these AOCs. They're not intrinsically in conflict at all.
That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Does that conclude your testimony?
It does, unless there's any other
Hang on a
questions.
second. Mr. Soltesz has a question for you.
Like the applicant poured a slab out here. Did he pour over top of those 3 wells?
No, you don't pour on top of any wells.
Huh?
You do not pour a slab on top of a well.
No. The applicant poured a slab out there for his workers to work on, okay? He had no permit for that. Is that slab sitting on top of these 3 wells? Did you go out there and verify that?
I did not go out and count the wells. I've only been involved in this case for a couple months.
So you don't know where the slab is there then on the site?
I've walked the site, but I didn't look specifically
For the wells.
for the wells. Did not do that.
So you don't know?
I don't know.
Okay.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board? Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Tripp, I think you said you wanted to recall your prior
Yeah,
witness?
just for a couple of questions about operations.
Well, sorry, before, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Dennis.
If we haven't put the cap on it, well, how do we know who positioned these wells under the slab?
We don't know where the slab is, but they have a plan from the previous soil investigation company that said where these areas of concern were. And that's what they told us, that those numbers indicate that.
Okay, so those numbers indicate there's 3 areas of concern under
Well,
the
3
proposed
areas
slab.
on where the building's going to go. Right, but we don't know, John says there's an existing slab out there, we don't know if that's the area or wherever, you know?
That's one of the questions I can ask Mr. Crespo is. when you
Okay,
put-
sir, I remind you to remain under oath. If you could just state your name for the record again. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Tripp.
So, one question that just came up is the slab. You're aware where the monitoring wells are on the property, correct?
Correct.
And did the slab cover any monitoring wells?
No.
And so the monitoring wells that were on the site when you took title remain where they were?
Yes.
In terms of Tyler's testimony, Tyler Vandervalk's testimony, he got a little bit into operations, but he did defer to you. Just to confirm, your hours of operation
They're from 8 to 4.
and number of employees and how they get to the site?
It varies, but it could be from 10 to 13 employees. My driver, the tractor trailer driver, comes in his own vehicle, and so does the secretary. But we provide transportation for all the employees. So it's not if they can find a ride, it's that I hired. I bought a van, a passenger van. I pay an employee to pick them up at one location and bring them back and then bring them back home. So
So that's a feature of your operation?
correct, which is why we doing less. We're trying to propose less parkings.
And how many parking spaces typically, how many cars typically are on the site at any given time?
I would say normally around 4, but 5 if I get a visitor.
And the 4, you and you're a couple of staff?
Correct. And the van that does the drop-offs doesn't stay at the yard. Drops them off and it leaves, so it's not stationed there either.
And then they come back at the end of the day and pick
Correct.
up the employees?
Correct.
And that's your van?
That's my van, the company van, yes.
Okay. So the other question I had was in terms of trucks. You heard Mr. Vandervalk's testimony that, is that accurate that there are 4, you have 4 trucks yourself?
Yes, I have 4 trucks, multiple trailers, but most of them are stationed at the customers for their convenience. I usually have about 4 to 5 of my personal trailers on site at all times.
At the loading, that will be in the loading area?
That would be in the loading area.
And
correct.
then the other trucks that come in and out, about how many a day?
It could be from 5 to 10, but they're usually dropping off not full loads. They're probably stationed there for 30 minutes.
And so, okay, so the total is you have 4 and there could be anywhere from 5 to 10, and that's the entire day?
Through the entire day, yes.
And that's staggered throughout the entire day?
Completely staggered. There's never more than 2 trucks at the same time, visiting trucks.
And the other question that came up is the open air nature of the building.
Yes.
Can you explain that and explain what the industry standard is in terms of the type of pallet operation that you have? Why the building is open air?
Yes, I know every town is different, but and I don't know the regulations for every town, but I know about 40 to 50 different pallet companies in New Jersey alone, and they're all none of them are concrete. It's either the best you could get is asphalt or it's paved ground. Forklifts run on the paved ground, like on gravel, in millings. And there is no structure. It's always like a steel frame with aluminum siding as the roof. It's always open, So what we wanted to do was we wanted to do a structure like this, not just because it looks amazing and whatever, but they're also deeper into it. So I know one of the concerns was what happens with that open area when it starts snowing or raining. Well, the employees will be positioned, their stations will be in the center of the warehouse. So there's going to be about 40 to 50 feet from them to the opening. So there's still none of that rain or snow is going to hit them. It's just going to slightly get in there into that open space. The reason why I need the open walls as well is because, like Mr. Tripp said, the sawmill, if it's closed, it's a lot. But the main reason is because since the stations, each station gets stacks of broken pallets, and then right next to them, they stack the good ones, which get taken out. Each station needs to be accessed directly, and the forklift driver needs to be able to get in and access each one across the whole warehouse. So if it was closed in, it's going to make everything even more dangerous, super tight, where he'll come in and it's too much,
So because of that operation, that's why it's always left open so that it's just directly in and out.
And the pallet businesses that you're familiar with, none of them have closed buildings, correct?
No, correct. The only one that does have a closed warehouse is that multi-billion-dollar company, CHEP, that's international.
But generally, within the state of New
Generally,
Jersey,
we're all outside.
for people who operate a facility like yours, are you aware of any any fully closed buildings?
Not fully closed, not even what we're proposing. It's usually, like I said, a steel frame and aluminum siding overhead, and the guys just so they don't get wet. But there's never heating, there's never cooling. It's kind of like construction. We're working outside. It's just like construction. If you work construction, you're going to clean houses. There's no heating. There's nothing. It's the job. It's seasonal. A lot of guys. I have less employees during the winter because again, it's seasonal. They go and do something else, and then they come back in the warmer temperature, and that's usually what it is.
And you're suggesting that a lot of places don't even have the type of walls that you're even proposing?
No, they do not. I'm not aware of any. I know about 40 companies in New Jersey. I don't know anybody who has a structure like that for pallet recycling and repair or concrete flooring.
Mr. Chair, if I could just ask a question, I'm not familiar with the operations and you're explaining it. So it's like an outdoor kind of work, like construction.
Yes.
How many porta potties are on site for the staff that's currently there?
There's one porta potty because there's about 9 to 10 guys outside in that area working. Again, when I gave you the 13 employees, that's including the secretary that's in the office and a driver that I have running around, which is never on site. And just so you're familiar exactly how the operation is, we bring in 2 types of pallets. It's either common sizes that we can just repair and resell, or sizes that we don't use and we'll strip them down on a machine. It's not by hand, it's stripping down on a machine, and we'll cut them to the sizes that we can use to fix the other pallets. And that's pretty much it. And then we get rid of our garbage 2 different ways. Anything that's wood goes in a tractor trailer and taken to a recycling plant. And anything that's not goes in a 30-yard dumpster that we have on site. And it gets hauled every week. That's pretty much the whole operation.
Do you have a dumpster area on site here on this new site plan?
It's gonna take up one of the tractor trailer locations on either corner, either side. It's accessed through the
But
loading dock.
you're not showing that as a dumpster area on site, right?
No, we didn't, because for us it would just kind of be like a tractor trailer. We'll have a truck come in, they'll pull it, or drop another one. It'll work just like a dry van trailer. And it's accessed through the loading dock as well, so they don't have to go around it or on the floor.
And that's only going to contain wood pellets,
That's only gonna, no, the dumpster is gonna contain everything that's not wood.
which is what?
Just general waste. Garbage.
So even though you're going to have a slab where you want to put the building, you're going to concrete the rest of the site.
Correct.
It's going to be capped.
Correct.
And then where's that runoff going to go?
The engineer testified to that, and he can testify again.
Yeah,
Explain the
is it
drainage
going to be,
patterns.
is it going to be pitched? I mean, it's got to be pitched somewhere.
The whole yard is pitched.
Let
Yeah.
Mr. Vandervalk answer the question on drainage. Here. Yeah, he was previously sworn.
Right.
I think he did cover it, but he can explain it again.
Sure.
Yeah, just remind you that you remain under oath.
Yes, thank you. So yes, there is a cross pitch across the property, which will be continued even with the slab, and that's from west to east. And again, that will continue. There'll be a pitch on that slab.
And then, so where's that runoff going to go? Just into the ground or?
Well, so currently it runs that same direction and across the neighbor's property, but we're providing for a
By the
landscape
neighbor, just to
to the
clarify,
east.
To the east.
So we're providing for a landscape berm now at that property line to cut that off, so we're no longer sending any water that direction.
So it'll stay on site?
Well, it will stay on site until we get down to Midvale Road, at which point it will enter the drainage system there, which is where it goes ultimately currently, but it crosses over the neighbor.
And right now, there's a reduction in impervious. Again, counting the existing compacted gravel.
Right.
there's actually going to be a reduction in impervious from?
I think it was about 9,000 square feet, I
From
believe.
84% to 78%?
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes, so there will be a natural reduction in the rate of runoff just based on that.
Okay, thank you. So are you through with your witnesses now?
That's our, yes.
That's your
I am.
testimony?
That's our testimony. Of
Okay.
course, I reserve the right to recall witnesses or
Sure,
additional
sure,
witnesses.
sure.
Um,
I wanted you to put your whole testimony on. I want to give the opposition an opportunity to cross-examine or whatever they wanted to do here.
Sure.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'd like to, I have some questions for Mr. Vandervalk.
Mr. Burke, could you just get a little close?
Yes.
If you want to just get close to whatever mic is closest to you.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I have one here on the table. Mr. Vandervalk, you are not a licensed professional planner, correct?
Correct?
Have you ever designed a site for a pallet yard operator before?
Hang on a second before you do your testimony. I just want to make an announcement. We didn't realize that this application was going to go as long as it is, and I think in fairness to the public here that's been here, I don't think we're going to get to your application today, and I'm sorry about it, but it's 11 o'clock, and I don't want to keep you here another hour, you know what I mean? So, Ron, we can carry that application to the next meeting?
Yeah, let me just,
To the October meeting,
okay, that's October
16th?
16th.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Ron,
we
yes.
may need a time extension.
The what?
We may need a time extension from the applicant.
Oh,
Counsel for the applicant, are you still here? Yes. Okay, why don't you just come up?
Oh, you want to put on the record, Ron?
Yeah.
You want him to come up?
I
Could
just
you-
want to put on the
Could you
record.
come up and
Yeah,
just,
he's granting the extension.
My name is Michael Silbert, Michael, S as in Sam, IL, B as in boy, ERT as in Tom.
Okay, does your client grant an extension of time to permit the board to hear the application on October 16th?
Yes.
Okay, so the application P14-2023 of Ankit Patel, 765-771 Wood Ave, will be carried to the board's October 16th, 2023 meeting. That meeting is a live meeting beginning 7 o'clock here in the main meeting room at Town Hall. There'll be no further notice to property owners, so if you received a notice, you will not receive another one in the mail.
okay, Mr. Tripp? And the opposition continue.
Actually,
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Burke.
Chairman. I had a question pending. The question was, have you ever designed a site for a pallet yard operator before?
No.
I want to see if we can agree on some principles of professional engineering, okay? A site plan, sometimes called a plot plan, is a document that should function as a readable map of a building site, giving all the details that someone would need to know about the structures and how they're oriented on the lot. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Elements that don't sit right on the subject property should typically be recorded on a site plan as well, because features on other sites can contain valuable information that could impact the subject property. Would you agree with that?
Can you repeat the question?
Elements that don't sit right on the subject property, but may be located adjacent on other properties, should typically be recorded on a site plan as well, because features on other sites can contain valuable information that could impact the subject property. Would you agree with that?
I would say it's case-by-case basis.
Okay, so the answer could be yes, depending on the circumstances, correct?
Yes.
Site plans should be prepared so they can be read and understood by architects, contractors, planning boards, and members of the general public, correct?
Yes.
County governments require that site plans are filed to ensure that state and local building codes are followed, correct?
County Planning Board?
County governments, including planning boards.
I don't think it's the county's responsibility more so than the local building official to review those things.
Site plans are ultimately filed with the clerk, correct?
With the county clerk?
Yeah.
A site plan?
Yep. It's just a yes or a no. If you don't agree, you tell me you don't agree.
I don't believe that to necessarily be the case, but
The site plans are a historical record of the structure and any alterations the property has made over time, correct?
I'm going
No,
to
the site
object.
plan
I'm going to object. This is like legal. We're getting into legal, like who has to file with the county and what's filed with the county. And
Mr. Chairman, the board, my recommendation is the board can assign whatever weight it feels is appropriate to the questions.
Okay.
I just want to go over some things that a site plan should include. Directions, notes, and abbreviations, as well as project data and a vicinity map. Would you agree with that?
generally speaking, yes.
Property lines, setbacks, and existing and proposed conditions.
A survey would depict those things.
Okay, we'll get to that. Parking and surrounding streets and street signs.
As relevant to the application.
Driveways, fire hydrants, easements, and landscaped areas.
Correct.
Now, you mentioned that a survey would depict those things. Did you, this site plan is based off of a survey, correct?
Correct.
Did you conduct that survey?
Our office did not do that, no.
Okay. When was that survey conducted?
May 2nd of 2018.
Okay, so more than 5 years ago?
Correct.
Who performed the survey?
James Chappelle.
Will Mr. Chappelle be testifying in connection with this application?
No.
Have you been to the site?
I have.
How many times?
On at least 2 occasions.
At least 2? Can you be more specific?
2 or more occasions.
Okay, so approximately 2?
At least 2. That's still my answer.
Mr. Chairman, he's answered the question. It may not be to the satisfaction of Mr. Burke, but he's answered the question.
Have you been to other sites in proximity to this site?
As part of this site visit, yes.
You show a fire hydrant on the plan across the street, correct?
The surveyor does, yes.
Right. Okay, so that was based off the prior survey.
Correct.
Did you personally locate that fire hydrant?
I did not pull a tape measure to it, no.
Have you? No, I'm not asking whether you pulled a tape measure to it. I'm asking whether you've physically seen it with your own eyes.
I didn't make a specific note of it.
Okay, so the answer is no, you haven't seen that hydrant that's depicted on the survey?
I may have. What I'm saying is I don't recall specifically seeing it.
It's a simple question. Have you seen it?
I don't recall.
Okay, that's the answer.
We have some exhibits. I don't know. Now might be a good time to pass them out because my next question is based upon one of our exhibits.
Please provide one to Mr. Tripp as well.
Mr. Vandervalk, if you could, sorry. Oh, sorry.
Mr. Burke?
Yes.
I just want to make sure. Mine begins with Exhibit 6.
Yeah, that's correct. We removed some.
And then jumps to Exhibit 10.
Yeah.
Oh, to Exhibit 9, I'm sorry.
No, I think they're.
Or 8, okay, to Exhibit 7.
So
All
we-
right, I got it.
We have, some. That's correct. They begin at Exhibit 06. You're right, Counsel.
All right.
All right, there are some exhibits in the back.
Well, let's talk about what exhibit you're referring to, and we need to let Mr. Tripp look at it to see
Sure.
if he has an objection.
Oh, this question's about 048. It's in the back.
048?
Yeah. There should be some papers and some additional exhibits inserted in the back of each file.
47.
Mine goes to 046.
Do you have some?
There's an exhibit I'm looking at that says 048, 20
Okay, I got
Midvale
you.
Road, Edison.
That's it, yeah.
I see it. So 048, what would we term this? What are we labeling this exhibit as?
This is, well, if you need something more descriptive than 048, this would be Google Street View looking west on Midvale Road, August 2018.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Google Street View looking west on Midvale Road, taken August 2018.
August what?
2018. The date is in the top right there.
Okay. Mr. Tripp, do you have any objection to the authenticity of this exhibit?
Well, I'd like to know who got it, when they got it, when they downloaded it, when it was done, and who did it.
Mr. Burke?
We got it off of Google Street View as
Who's
set
we?
forth on the document itself.
Who is we?
My client, Mr. Richardson, who's going to testify and can
Okay.
authenticate it, but right now I'm crossing their witness. So, I mean, I could put my witness on and put all
Well, I
the
mean,
documents
typically
in.
you'd cross them on their proofs.
Okay, well, their site plan includes a fire hydrant, so this is a question about something that they show on their plan.
All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to mark this for identification purposes, and then when you get to your direct testimony, we can authenticate it.
Sure, thank you.
All right, so
Counsel.
let's move forward.
And we did have color copies we planned to show on the screen, but my understanding is the projector's not
Okay,
working.
so let's go forward with the question.
Mr. Vandervalk, are you able to locate the fire hydrant in Exhibit 048?
I am not. It would be a bit beyond the utility pole that's shown there, and there's a lot of overgrowth. So I don't know that I would see it if it was there anyway.
Would you say this is a fair and accurate representation of the condition on Millville Road?
From this position on that date,
Yes.
I have no reason to argue that.
Okay. Please. Yeah, it's on. Maybe I'm not speaking close enough. All right. Sorry about that. If you don't hear me, just let me know. I apologize. All right, please turn the page to Exhibit 049. This is an image taken from Google Street View. Again, Midvale Road looking west. The date is August 2019. Mr. Vandervalk, are you able to locate the fire hydrant in this photo?
I don't see it here.
Okay. If the fire hydrant that's shown on the 5-year-old survey is not there, can you testify to this board with certainty that the other site conditions that are depicted on the 5-year-old survey are currently present there today?
No, in fact, there may have been some other changes to the site since that time.
Okay, you show removal of You testified before that you had pulled the site improvements back from the easement that exists between 271 Meadow Road and 301 Meadow Road, correct?
Well, I'm going to object to the form of the question. It's not been established that there's an easement. I did concede there's an area in which the objecting party claims to have an easement. That has not been determined. So I would call it the area of the alleged easement or an area of a claimed easement. But I would not want the record to reflect that anybody's agreeing there's an easement.
Mr. Chairman, I think the board can accept the fact that, or accept the applicant's position that they're not necessarily agreeing that there's an easement, as well as the objector's argument that there is one. And I think the objector can continue asking questions based upon, their disparate positions on the status of the easement.
Just two additional questions on that. Mr. Vandervalk, have you reviewed any title work?
Briefly, but largely left that to the attorney.
I just want to make it clear, you're not here to testify that no easement exists, correct?
I'll stipulate the record that I did not put Mr. Vandervalk on to opine in any way, shape, or form as to whether or not there's an easement.
Okay, so for the purposes of this question, you submitted a plan that showed changes to the area which we term an easement, but it's the access drive for 301 Meadow Road. Those were originally on your plan, correct?
Yes.
And now they're not, correct?
Correct.
But your plan still shows removal of pavement in the easement area, correct?
No, not necessarily.
Not necessarily?
Depends on what the determination of the easement area is.
Do you have
If
a
there is
certain?
one.
Okay. Then maybe the issue is a word choice. Your plan shows removal of pavement in the area that we contend is an easement, correct?
I haven't seen a map in which you outlined over top of my site plan where you believe the easement to be, so I can't really answer that question.
But I can stipulate for the record that we would not propose a removal of any pavement from that area.
Well, but the plan currently shows removal of pavement in that area, doesn't it?
I would stipulate as a condition of any action by the board that to the extent that the plan is unclear, there would not be a removal of pavement from that area.
And you don't have a survey of 301 Meadow Road, correct? Mr. Vandervalk?
No.
Okay. Your plan also shows changes on the other side. There's currently a fence in that area, correct, between 271 Meadow Road and 301 Meadow Road?
Yes.
And your plan also shows other changes on the 301 Meadow Road side of the fence?
In regards to what specifically?
Well, specifically with regard to pavement?
It appears that it does. As Mr. Tripp just noted, we would agree to remove that.
I would stipulate that anything that's shown within that area, to the extent that it's not clear, will be removed from the plan. Our intent is to leave that area undisturbed and in its present state.
So just to be clear, your intent is to leave everything on the other side of the fence undisturbed?
That's
correct.
That's correct.
Now,
As part of this site plan.
in your plan, you state that utility poles are to be removed if necessary, correct?
Correct. To be relocated as necessary.
To be relocated as necessary, but aren't some of the poles in the area where you propose to construct this warehouse building?
Yes. That's why I said
So it's not, if necessary, these poles are going to have to be removed, correct? It's not a question.
well, it's the relocated portion that would be if necessary. We may not need the poles at all, in which case they would simply be removed.
Well, do you know whether you're going to need the poles, and if so, where they're going to be relocated?
Not at this time.
And that's not shown on any of the plans you've submitted to the board, correct?
New pole locations?
Right.
Correct.
And what is on those poles that are right now in the footprint of this new warehouse you intend to construct?
No, that's what we need to review in order to determine if it
So
needs
you
to be
don't know?
relocated. Not at the moment.
Okay. Now, one of the poles is surrounded by pallets, right? If you look to the left side of your plan.
Okay, to the left of to the west of the proposed warehouse building.
Correct.
Yes.
What's on that pole?
I don't know at this moment.
But as shown on your plan, that pole is completely inaccessible because it's surrounded by pallets, correct?
We could remove, if necessary, and that's a public service pole, we could remove some of the pallets that are directly around it.
But you don't know what's on that pole right now, correct? You don't know what function it serves.
Right.
Is there anything on your plan to protect that pole from pallets and equipment?
Not at the moment.
Okay. Now, you indicate that the trailer, so just so I'm clear, there are no permits for anything currently existing on the site, correct?
That's outside of my purview tonight.
Are you, okay, then I'll ask a different question. Are you aware of any permits for anything presently existing on the site?
No.
Okay. You state that the trailer is to be relocated per sheet 2, correct?
Sheet 2 says that it's supposed to be relocated, is what you're saying?
It's, well, on sheet 2, doesn't it say trailer to be relocated per sheet 2?
Yes, that looks like a typo. It's relocated per sheet 4.
Per sheet 4. So that's, you're saying that's an error?
Correct.
Okay, because that note is on sheet 2, right?
Correct.
Now, you also show an area of soil and seed on one of the sheets in the area that's near Midvale Road.
Can you point me to what sheet you're referring to?
Sure. Okay, it's sheet 2. Bottom left-hand corner, remove gravel, provide topsoil and seed.
Correct.
Isn't that area shown on sheet 4 as parking?
There was a small portion of it when the parking spots got moved out of your alleged easement area. We didn't adjust that on sheet 2.
Okay, so just to answer my question, your sheet 2 says that area is for soil and seed, but that's not accurate, right?
Well, the far majority of it is accurate. There's an adjustment that needs to make to account for the parking.
But that, okay, so that adjustment is not before this board, right? Is this another error on your plan?
Well, correct.
Okay. How then could you calculate impervious coverage when you show on one sheet soil and seed and another sheet paved parking stalls?
Sheet 2 is a site preparation plan. The impervious coverage is based upon the improvements shown on sheet 4.
So it's your testimony that sheet 2 is not taken into consideration in terms of the impervious coverage calculation?
Not by the method that I ran the numbers, correct.
What is the method that you ran the numbers?
Based on the proposed curb line that's on sheet 4.
Okay. Well, let's talk about that. You said you've been to the site twice, right?
Yes.
Now, your plan shows 60,000 square feet of gravel on the site. It states that 60,000 square feet of gravel is going to be removed, right?
Or simply overlaid with concrete slab or
Well-
pavement, et cetera.
In your chart, you show 60,000 square feet of gravel existing
Correct.
and 0 square feet of gravel proposed, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell this board where that 60,000 square feet of gravel exists on this site?
Well, I believe the survey outlines the limitations. And again, gravel was used as a singular term to describe millings, gravel, broken asphalt, et cetera, since it all acts similarly.
So it's your testimony that this is actually multiple different types of ground cover, not just gravel.
If we wanted to break it down further, yes. Gravel, though, was a general term that I used to describe those conditions.
Okay. Well, in the rider to your application, you state that the property is currently improved with 120,797 square feet of gravel, in addition to other items, correct?
I'm not sure what document you're referring to.
I'm referring to your application, Ryder.
Is that something that I wrote?
It's attached to your, did you review the application?
What page of the
When it was
application are
submitted?
you referring to,
First
Mr. Burke?
page, under the introduction?
I was talking about this, approximately 120,000 square feet of gravel surface. So it's not-
And what's the question? I'm sorry, I just found the document. So what is the question?
Okay. Yeah, I'll withdraw that question. Let's get back to the issue of existing and proposed gravel. You contend that there's 60,000 square feet of gravel presently existing that's impervious, correct?
Correct.
And again, I asked you, where is that located on the site? And your answer was what? It's kind of mixed in everywhere and with a bunch of different other types of ground cover? Is that a fair characterization of your response?
No, when I say other types of ground cover, it's that act similarly. So let's not confuse this as if I'm mixing it with lawn or with pavement or the like. But yes, it's generally defined by the existing fence line, and then obviously we have limits of concrete as shown on the survey. But you can see labels on that survey calling out gravel parking, for example, in several areas.
Okay. Well, can you look at Exhibit 14? These are drone shots of the subject property that were obtained by my client. Mr.
I'm going to object. Now, the lawyer is now identifying, we don't have a witness identifying who, when it was taken, how it was taken.
We will. I'll mark it for identification, counsel.
All right.
Mr. Vandervalk, look at the first image in Exhibit 14. Would you say this fairly and accurately depicts the present state of the site?
Not at this time.
Okay.
A
So
lot of those structures have been removed.
What structures have been removed and when?
All the containers and the metal sheeting. I can't speak to a specific date.
What? Well, was it last week, within the last 6 months, within the last year? let's start first with the metal structure that we see there, what I previously referred to as a shanty building. Is it your testimony that that's no longer present on site?
That's not really a question that I'm going to answer. We'll leave that to the applicant to answer.
Well, I'm
Well,
asking.
no, you prepared a site plan that depicts what's on the site. Is that something that's on the site?
Again, my understanding from the applicant is it's no longer there. It was there the last time I visited the site. So that's why I
Okay.
can't speak to the current condition today.
All right, so that's the answer, Mr. Burke.
Now, if we look at the first image of in Exhibit 14, can you show me where the gravel is in this image?
Surrounding the concrete pad.
Okay, you refer to that as gravel?
That's what I'm referring to as gravel, yes.
Do you see the, yeah, and your testimony is that this gravel's impervious, meaning that water can't penetrate it, right?
As is visible in the picture.
Okay, well, let's talk about what's visible in the picture. Do you see the plywood, sheets of plywood and material off the corner of the pad towards
do.
the bottom right-hand corner?
Yes.
What's the purpose of those?
I imagine to provide a smooth transition for the forklift from the material in the yard to the concrete pad.
Do you see what looks to be mud in that area? And
I can
and
see wetness, yes.
Some standing water?
Wetness and standing water, correct?
Okay. Let's go to the next image in Exhibit 14. I'll proffer to you that this is the back corner of the site. Do you have any reason to dispute that?
No.
Okay. Do you see any gravel in this photo?
It's very possible that in an area that has gravel tends to grow through if it's not
Anything's
maintained over the
possible.
years.
My question was, do you see any gravel in this photo?
Not from this elevation. I can't see.
Just on a side note, do you see those 55 steel gallon drums there underneath the white containers?
I'm sorry, underneath
Again,
the white containers.
I'm going to object to something else here. I'm not even clear what this shows or whether this is even on my client's property. I mean, we've had no foundation. There's been no testimony as to what this exactly delineates. And I, again, I don't know that it's reliable at all or how he's going to answer. He could say that it appears to be some vegetation, but where this is or what the impact, I have no idea.
His testimony was he's been to the site at least twice.
Correct. But again, I
So
don't.
have you not been to the back of the site, Mr. Vandervalk?
I have been.
Okay, so you know what the back of the site looks like, right?
I do.
And the back of the site's shown on your plan, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's what I'm asking questions about. Do you know what's in those 50?
Well, first of all, we need to clarify, is this a photograph of the property? And
It's a
who's going to
photograph of the
substantiate
northwest
that?
corner. It's a photograph of the northwest corner of the property.
And who's going to substantiate that it's of the northwest corner and it doesn't go on to other properties?
My client will, and I've already stated that for
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Burke, you can ask these questions, I think, without reference to these exhibits, which are unauthenticated at this time.
I thought we agreed I could mark them for ID only at this time until my client testifies.
The previous exhibit, I said that. I'm not going to recommend that we mark 50-something exhibits, which frankly you could have provided, prior to the hearing also. At some point, the latitude that the board has granted you, comes to an end. The rules of evidence are not strictly applicable, but at some point, there needs to be some foundation for everything that you're entering.
All right. Well, let me. Let's look at sheet 2. Where you state in that this is referring to the northwest corner.
Can you please talk into the mic?
I apologize. Sheet 2, northwest corner. Okay, now I'm just talking about the site plan.
Is that in section 14?
No.
Oh, okay.
I don't
The-
want to belabor it. It's
plan.
11:30, so
Okay.
I'm moving back to the site
plan,
plan.
okay.
Yeah. So, you state in this area, Mr. Vandervalk, existing soil pile to be removed, correct?
Correct.
But the contours that you show on the plan don't show a pile there, correct?
Correct.
What exists in the area of what you incorrectly term an existing soil pile? Is that stone, dirt? What is there? Because I don't see any detail.
Well,
on your
again, that
plan.
was the time of the survey in 2018. I believe the owner has done a lot to clean up that rear yard area and remove most of that.
So this does not reflect the present condition of the site, correct? What's on your site plan, sheet 2?
Specifically that there were piles of debris or other items in that back area. This is also referenced, I think, in the engineer's report or the planner's report that had to be cleaned up. He made those efforts prior to having site plan approval in good faith to clean up that area.
And all I'm trying to figure out is what is on your plan accurate or not? It sounds like it's not, in terms of what's presently
It
existing.
was at the time of the survey.
Which was done more than 5 years ago, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you also state area to be cleared of refuse. Do you see that to the right there?
Yes.
Okay. What's the refuse that you're referring to?
Again, there were materials and things even left from the prior owner that were in that area.
Okay.
The intent was to clean that up. My understanding is that the owner has already done that.
So those 55-gallon steel drums that we were just looking at, is your testimony that those are no longer present on site?
I don't believe those are on his property, given where the fence line is shown in relation to the property line.
Well, that's not my question. Is it your position that those have been removed by your client?
I don't know if they have been or not.
You don't
But
know
if they're not on
there
his
or not.
property, I don't know why he would.
Okay. So when you talk about refuse to be removed, you don't know if that refuse could potentially be hazardous material that could be subject to the jurisdiction of the NJDEP, do you?
I don't. That would be part of the cleanup of the site. If there are items that need to be handled specially, that will have to be done appropriately.
And an accurate survey would answer these questions, correct?
I don't think surveyors tell you what are inside containers, so
Well,
no,
they
not
would-
necessarily.
It would show what currently exists on the site, correct? Instead of what existed more than 5 years ago, right?
That's at the time, that's when the application for site plan was begun for this project.
More than 5 years ago.
Correct.
Okay. And in more than 5 years, you didn't do an updated survey. You're relying
Can you hang on
on-
one second? Charlie Carley, you have a question?
Because these gentlemen are plowing ahead very quickly. The property to the east of this property relies upon the good graces of this property for a driveway, a gate, and a fence, and also an access. And Mr. Tripp averred that they would not fiddle with that pavement, that gate, and that fence. So I would suggest to the board, if it proceeded with this, require that an easement be granted from this property to that property. I don't know if you represent the property to the right, but a significant part of its paved driveway appears to be on this property, and gates, et cetera, and the access drive. So my suggestion is if this proceeds, and this is a 15-minute ago thought, because these guys are burning through the rest of the day, but an easement would be appropriate to allow the paved driveway, the fence, and the gate to remain on this property if the application proceeds.
You're talking about the eastern property line?
Yes.
And granting an easement to this property or you said to the property to the?
Whomever occupies the property to the east of you.
Well, just so I'm clear, it's our position, and in fact, if you look at A2, there presently exists an easement in that area now. It's been there for 40 years. So, Mr. Carley, is it your recommendation that that be
Yes.
codified, so to speak, by the board?
Yes, because if you're going to occupy that eastern property line, you might want to get an easement.
Well, I mean, we would be fine with that. I mean, that our position is that's already there. The easement has existed since 1983.
My only comment there is it references an easement. It doesn't reference to necessarily to whose benefit or what the easement rights are. And it actually looks like there's another line on Mr. Burke's client's property that could be an easement area that could even be a reciprocal easement. It's not clear. So there's a lot of questions raised by this. One thing that this does do is it establishes the lot, but in terms of the easement itself, it's not clear, and there's no recorded easement that delineates any of the rights. That we know. We've done title searches, and I asked Mr. Burke to provide me with any recorded instruments, and there are none that we're aware of.
And Mr. Chair?
Mr. Burke, just curious, I mean, is the argument that ultimately that your client's easement rights are being violated in some manner as a result of this application?
When this application was initially filed, yes. And even before 30 minutes ago, I would still say yes, except that now they're saying they're not going to remove the pavement in the easement, even though that was shown on their revised plan, despite the testimony that they had pulled back all the improvements to that area. So, I mean, frankly, Council, we're still working through some of that, but it's certainly less violative of the easement than it was initially.
Less violative means that it is violative.
Well, I mean, listen, as on the plans as shown, yes, with some of the
All right, so
representations
my
that have been
next
made.
question is, why wouldn't you not file an action in the Chancery Division against the applicant saying that they're violating your easement rights? I mean, isn't that the proper jurisdiction to argue this issue?
That's one avenue, Counsel, but at this point, there's been no violation, and lawyers like lawsuits, but I tend to advise my clients to avoid them if possible. So until there's a violation, we're going to try to take the least, painful method of action, which is simply trying to work it out before this board and have the plan changed.
This is the least painful?
It's. I'm having a great time, Counsel. I'm sorry.
That was probably one of the most intelligent things I've heard tonight, Mr. Cachero.
Yeah, I mean, our initial concern, Counsel, was that what they were asking to do was to have this board approve deprivation of property rights that my client has had for 40 years.
All right, well, then I think we've addressed the easement issue then.
We of course we have other concerns as well, but yeah, that was one of the problems that we had.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Mr. Vandervalk, you indicated that this plan began in 2018, right? Wasn't that just what you testified to a few minutes earlier?
Yes.
But the date of your site plan is October 3rd, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you state on your plan that you're adding about an additional 7,000 square feet of concrete around the pad, correct? That's there now?
Correct.
But your site plan doesn't show how you determined that figure to be correct, right?
Well, it shows the existing on sheet 2, and then it shows the expanded on sheet 4.
But there's nothing in here that shows the calculations as to how you arrived at that 7,000 square foot number, right?
I took a polyline of the area, and the computer told me how much that area was.
Is that polyline shown anywhere on any of these sheets?
That's what the line work is shown on the plan. It's done in the software. It's not something that's. I'm not sure what you'd be looking for.
Okay. I'm just looking for some visual demonstration of how you arrived at that figure. And you're saying it's in the software, it's not actually a printed copy.
Well, the plan shows proposed edge of concrete. That's the limit of our concrete.
I understand that. And all I'm trying to figure out is how you arrived at that number to say you're adding 7 to approximately 8,000 square feet to it. And you're saying that's somewhere in the software that you were utilizing, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, this pad was constructed by the applicant, correct?
The pads that's out there.
Right, the pad that's presently on the
By
site.
the time that I became involved with the project and the survey was done, it was there, so I can't speak to who did it or when.
It didn't exist prior to 2004, correct?
I was never here before 2004.
Okay. As we indicated earlier, 60,000 square feet of gravel is proposed to be removed.
Again, to be replaced with different surface or to be overlaid with a different surface, yes.
60,000 square feet is more than an acre, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, you indicated before that you had an application had been submitted for septic approval, right?
Correct.
But you don't currently have a copy of the permit, right?
The way that the health department here operates is that they would issue a permit similar to a building permit. The applicant went down and paid for that fee when it was ready, when they said the review was completed. At this time, as far as grabbing paperwork, as I testified to, the health department has told us that they lost it when they were moving offices and that they are looking for it and will provide it as soon as we have it.
Okay, but right now you don't have that permit,
Correct.
right? Okay. And your plan does not show an area for trash enclosure, right, or garbage pickup?
Correct. As testified by the applicant, he's going to have the dumpster in the loading area.
And that's not shown on the plan, right?
No, we will add that.
Okay, so the plan is to put garbage in a trailer?
No, the wood recycling goes in a trailer, and the rest of the refuse goes into a dumpster container.
Well, but the dumpster container is not shown on. The dumpster container is not shown on the plan, right?
He's already asked and answered that question several times.
Didn't the applicant testify that he was going to put non-refuse material in a trailer?
It was wood for recycling.
He can testify to what he testified to.
Okay.
If you want to ask
That's
the
fine.
other.
No, I
okay.
appreciate that. So your testimony is that it's going to be pallets in the trailer and that a refuse is going to be in a dumpster. Right?
Well, wood waste would also go into a separate trailer that gets wood recycled.
But your testimony is that there's going to be a dumpster somewhere on site.
In a loading spot for the waste that is not wood.
Okay. And again, that's not shown anywhere on the plan, right?
That
We've
dumpster's not
already
shown, but
established that 4 times. Thank you.
What is the warehouse structure used for?
operational testimony, I believe, was done by the applicant.
Okay, so you're not here to testify as to the use of the reason I'm asking is because there was testimony about parking before, and I believe your testimony was that you had estimated the number of spaces based upon the a storage use, right?
Warehousing.
Warehousing. But on the application itself, it doesn't state that the that the warehouse is used for warehousing. It states the present and proposed use of the property is fabrication, repair, reconstruction, refurbishment, and storage of wood pallets, right?
Correct.
So it's more than simply warehousing, right?
It's more than simply storage, correct?
More than simply storage, okay. What's happening to the existing retaining wall?
The one surrounding the office trailer?
Right. Mm-hmm.
That's proposed to remain.
Is that a violation?
A violation of what? Can you?
Are you allowed to have a retaining wall in that location?
Is the question, does the ordinance permit a retaining wall in that location?
Yes.
To my knowledge,
Do you know if that retaining wall, who constructed that?
I do not.
Do you know if any permits were obtained when that was constructed?
I do not.
Okay.
Gentlemen, I just want to say we're going to cut this off at 12, okay? Because people got to go to work tomorrow, all right?
I appreciate it.
And
Mr.
then we'll
Chairman,
carry it to the next.
We can, whenever it's the board's pleasure, I can stop now if you want. I mean,
All right, why don't you sum up? And then we'll carry this to the next meeting because we're not going to finish this tonight.
frankly, I don't know that I'm going to finish cross-examination of this witness. I mean, so
Yeah.
I'm not sure what you mean, sum up.
Well, no. All I'm saying is just the kind of, just so you remember your point, where you left off. And then you can continue with this witness at the next meeting. Because my board members have to go to work tomorrow,
Yeah,
too.
no, I think that's a fine place to end. I didn't have any more questions about the retaining wall.
All right.
All right, thanks.
Okay. All right, so we're in agreement that we'll carry this to the October meeting. And we'll continue. And you'll continue your cross-examination.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right.
Would you like me to make the announcement,
Yes,
Mr. Chairman?
yes, Ron, please.
Yeah, what's the date in October, just so we...
October 16th.
16th. Let me just find it here. Okay, case number P22-2022, Just Nation LLC, 271 Meadow Road. The application will be carried to the board's October 16th, 2023 meeting. It's a live meeting beginning 7 o'clock here in the main meeting room in Town Hall. All materials are on file in the office of the Planning Department and are available for review and inspection during normal business hours. There'll be no further notice to property owners. I would also encourage all counsel, to the extent anyone has any legal arguments that they'd wish to make based upon anything that has happened or you anticipate happening, you're free and encouraged to submit them so that, I have some ability to review them in advance.
Okay. Everybody got that? Thank you all for your patience this evening. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion.
Well,
Yeah.
Mr. Kuchera, I have one question.
Yes.
These exhibits have been handed out, but nobody's testified as to any of them. So what are we going to do with them in the interim?
Well, he has his own case, the objector, and at that point, I presume he has witnesses that are going to go through these exhibits and authenticate them, and they'll be part of the testimony that the objector's witnesses are presenting. Is that correct, Mr. Burke?
That's correct.
Okay.
And you have the date they were taken and all that stuff logged in,
Yeah,
right?
absolutely. It's a little awkward, kind of using the exhibits without having put my own witnesses on, but that's kind of how it goes. I mean,
Okay.
and I appreciate
could
the
just leave it
courtesy of
here.
allowing me to mark them for identification with the understanding I'll authenticate them with my own people.
Okay. All right. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Yes. I made a
Do we have a
motion.
second? All in favor?
Aye.
Good night, everybody.